Não, se não? Tá bom? Okay. Welcome back to our 10th dialogue on science, research, and innovation. We will continue the debate with the panel Shifting Supply Chain Dependencies Following the Energy Transition and the Role of Circular Economy. Once more, each speaker will have 15 minutes for a presentation, and after all three presentations, Professor Veronika Grimm will moderate the discussion until 3 p.m. Professor Grimm, our keynote speaker of the first day, is head of the chair of economic theory of the Friedrich-Alexander-Universität Erlangen-Nuremberg, and she is also a member of the German Council of Economics Experts, and then many other consulting boards and councils on topics as energy and green hydrogen. So, Professor Grimm, please, the stage is yours and of your speakers.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we will have a session on shifting supply chain dependencies following the energy transition and the role of the circular economy. And I think we have a great panel. We do not want to waste time, so I would like to you to come to the stage, and I will give a brief introduction, and then we start. Okay, thank you very much. So we have three presentations by our three panelists. One is Arnaldo Cesar-Walter. Arnaldo is a mechanical engineer and holds a PhD in energy systems planning from the State University of Campinas. He is a professor at the State University of Campinas since 2019, working on biomass, cogeneration, electricity supply, sustainability, environment, and energy. So the floor is yours. We have 15 minutes for the presentations, and then quite some time for discussion in case we keep our time.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Veronika. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank the German organizers, the also FAPESP, for the opportunity and to participate in this meeting, also the opportunity to do my presentation. I would like to start with two excuses from my side. First, because I escape a little bit of the subject of the presentation of this discussion, this specific discussion, about shifting supply chain dependence and the role of a circular economy. And second, I guess even worse, I prepare a set of slides with just text. Probably be kind of boring for you, mainly after lunch. Yeah? Well, my general thoughts, starting with, not necessarily fully linked with the subject of this session, as I said. But I would like to say also that these are not reasons to postpone the efforts to move forward energy transition. My point of view, I think that we agree on this. The first crucial point is that energy transition will be different for different countries. Yeah, we have discussed this tomorrow a little bit. We have discussed this yesterday and this morning. Yeah, the second point is that the efforts to reduce fossil fuel consumption. That is the main target, is going to impose a lot of tensions and disputes in the world. When I wrote this, I was thinking about the supply of oil. Yeah? According to International Energy Agency, about 20-25% of the oil supply, the current oil supply, will be the remaining necessary supply of oil in 2050. Yeah? Which countries will supply oil? Yeah? If we accept that it's not possible to do investments in order to keep the infrastructure of oil production. I think that the dependence will be very, very large. Yeah? I'm also considering the risk of changing from one dependence to another. Yeah? From fossils to hard materials. We have discussed this yesterday and also this morning. Yeah? It dependence on imported fuels to technological dependence. Yeah? Brazil, it was mentioned before, has a lot of potential to use renewables. Yeah? And I think that we should consider our own strategy, yeah? Thinking about our priorities, social priorities, our economic priorities, and also the priorities related with the environment. The role of intermittent renewables and green hydrogen. Brazil has a huge potential we know about. Yeah? The target or the challenge is how to make this a reality. Yeah? But specifically regarding green hydrogen, yeah? I have some concerns about this and how ambitious probably we are going to be on producing green hydrogen to export green hydrogen. Yeah? We need to think about the sustainability, yeah? And probably we are going to be exporters of water, yeah? If we accept this kind of project of producing in large scale green hydrogen to supply to the international market. Regarding electric mobility, the dependence on road transport, we have discussed also this topic during these 2 days, 1 day and a half. In Brazil, the bulk of greenhouse gas emissions are related with the transport sector, but mainly with the freight transport. And if we put priority on electrify light duty vehicles, we are not going to solve the problem, the main problem that we have here in Brazil regarding greenhouse gas emissions in energy sector. Yeah? And we are going to face some side effects. Side effects relate, for instance, with what is the future of the automobile industry in Brazil. Yeah? If we go for a huge penetration and fast penetration of electric vehicles, and also relate, my concern is also related with the production and the capacity that we need to keep, from my point of view, of ethanol production. Yeah? And I would like to raise the comment that we need to find a compromise solution between biofuels and electric vehicles. How to manage this as a program here in Brazil. Brazil is worldwide a reference on bioenergy, but from my point of view, it's not exactly an example to be followed. The first point is that we have very specific conditions for the production of biofuels. The case of ethanol is very clear, but also the case of ethanol, we are facing difficulties with this industry for more than 10 years. It's not possible for us to enlarge the production of ethanol, and we are also very frequently facing comments, no? Not agreeable comments regarding the way we are producing sugarcane. Yeah? It's very often the mentions that we heard about the conditions of production that are not so good. Yeah? What we call second generation biofuels, that it probably is the priority when we see the scenarios regarding the role of bioenergy in 2050. Yeah? People used to imagine, or people are considering that it would be possible to to have a large participation of second-generation biofuels, but are not considering that we need to keep the production of first-generation biofuels. From my point of view, we are not going to have a market for liquid biofuels, for instance, if we are going to phase out the production of first-generation biofuels. So I think we need to find a way in order to compromise the production, until the moment the second-generation biofuels would be feasible. And I think that we need to put a larger priority here in Brazil on bioenergy systems with carbon capture and storage, so-called BECCS systems. Few countries in the world have the potential to produce bioenergy, biofuels, and to go for carbon capture and storage. So I think that here in Brazil, we can really contribute in order to go for negative emissions. About the circular economy, I think that we all agree that's the rational way to move forward, in order to reducing wastes and reducing residues. But in a country like Brazil, we need to consider some specific aspects. We have here in Brazil very dispersed availability of residues, mainly in agriculture. And we need to consider the distance, the lack of infrastructure, the precarious logistics that we have here in the country. So it's not possible to think that is going to be feasible, even from the point of view of the environment. To transport, to commute the residues in order to concentrate the conversion. We need to think about the local opportunities, and from my point of view, we need to think how we can develop the market, the local markets, in order to use better the residues. What do I see as opportunities in Brazil? The production of green hydrogen, I think, is clearly an opportunity, but as I said, I have some concerns about. I think it's necessary to take into account what exactly we want to be in this context. I think that we have here in Brazil a great potential to produce sustainable, so-called sustainable aviation fuels. Roberto yesterday mentioned about the necessity to produce the sustainable aviation fuels. As I said, I think that we need to take into account the possibility to make BECCS reality here in Brazil. We need to identify the potential, where is the potential, the best opportunities to use residues and waste. And also a point that was mentioned by Roberto yesterday afternoon. From my point of view, we need to go for public transportation. It makes no sense to consider alternatives for light duty vehicles, and stay stuck on traffic jams, like here in São Paulo. The problem is not exactly that we are going to shift from fossil fuels to electric vehicles. The problem is that with the individual transport system, we are not going to be sustainable until 2050. And my last slide, what I see as the way forward, I think that we need to have a discussion in Brazil for how long, how much we are going to produce fossil fuels, mainly oil. Probably people from our colleagues from Germany, probably that Brazil is one of the 10 largest producers of oil. Our reserves are not so large, but the importance of the industry is large in Brazil. And we need to take a decision in the following years what they are going to do with our reserves, even if we are going to continue the production of oil, and how large will be the production. I think that Brazil needs to have a strategic plan in considering the electric system in Brazil in order to compensate the intermittence of renewables, no? Solar and wind energy. Yeah? And as I mentioned, we need to have a plan, realistic plan, related with hydrogen production in Brazil. From my point of view, we need to have a holistic approach in order to define the energy transition, our energy transition, or our collaboration to the world, yeah? And to be an active player and reduce the dependency of risks. Brazil needs to be an effective actor in science and technology, and to have stable policies and regulations. And I think the message regarding science and technology is very important because we are in FAPESP, an agency that individually is the most important in Brazil in order to support science and research. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you very much. Analup, I think you made very clear in your comprehensive discussion the challenges and also the opportunities for Brazil. There were many aspects that give an impression how this relates to the world and to trading or trade in energy and beyond. So we will postpone questions and go to the second speaker, Vanya Zwinzeitler, who is a professor of sustainable chemistry and renewable organic resources in Germany at the Leuphana University, being there also the Pro-Dean of Gender and Diversity at the Faculty of Sustainability, and also a licensed professor at the Federal University of Sao Carlos in Brazil. So
Exactly.
we are looking very much forward to your talk. The floor is yours.
So thank you very much for the invitation for the German Center and also for FAPESP. And it's a pleasure to be here. I have this, let's say, not only double, but I think multiple roles in the sense of knowing a little bit of our context in Brazil, but also now I'm learning more and more the German context also. Yes, and today I'm going to invite you to know a little bit more about sustainable chemistry and the role of circularity for this kind of transition to more sustainable energy systems. And in doing that, I'd like to present the agenda for today. Yeah, so it's a short, very short introduction. Also, I'm going to explain why we have to define sustainable chemistry, because it's not so common. We are using different fields, not only chemistry, and what means to be more than greener, and the redefinition of waste. That is a very interesting topic in the sense of the transition, because usually we are not considering the waste that we are generating. And then, together with that, I also would like to give you some examples. I don't know, I think. Yeah, some examples, especially on renewables. That is my professorship in Germany at Leuphana. And I will talk a little bit about the university there also and some perspectives regarding that. As you already know, we have some in Europe, but also here in Brazil, some strategical plans to foster more sustainable energy systems. And especially, for instance, I also included here the hydrogen economy, but also after or during this war that we have currently in Europe, we should discuss this in another level, I think. And I really appreciate not only your talk, when you included the geopolitical dimension, because it's also part of the discussion here. And the next point, it's, oh my gosh, yeah, this transition also implies that we need to think about regulations, not only technical infrastructure, but also incentives and the worries that we have related to that, to be very, very honest. on the limits also. And of course, we have to talk about materials or the chemical approaches to deal with this topic. And new technologies are, let's say, new in this context. I would like to emphasize that, especially in Germany, chemistry is very important. It's like one of the main, I think, sectors. But globally, this sector consumes around 10% of the world's total energy. But of course, we are producing a lot of good things. And we are also contributing to 8% of the greenhouse gas emissions. That is a lot. And then we have to reflect also about our role on that. But why sustainable chemistry? As you know, probably, we had in the 90s a huge movement, more related to environment issues, but also it was something related to chemistry. And then there was a new philosophy known as green chemistry. And the main idea was to produce less toxic compounds or products using less energy. But later on, we also, or let's say in parallel, we also developed let's say, another concept that is sustainable chemistry, that also looks at the reduction and simplification of the total substance, material, product, and including the so-called waste and energy flows from local to global levels. And more, I think, important, we also think about non-chemical solutions. That means we need to understand that we have alternatives that do not involve chemical process at all. So we are also incorporating some methods from social sciences. That is quite, I think, new. And you are also invited to know more about an institute that we have in Germany, the ISC3. I put here the link. If you are interested, you can also know a little bit more about that. But I think it's important to think about a molecule. The molecule should play a role, a service. And it's really different to think about a service played by a molecule. We have different levels. We can think about a molecule, but also products and also waste. And being more than greener in a very, I would say, complex but complicated world that we have. And for sustainable production, we need to have metrics, traceability. We need to know where, I am working a lot with biomass, but from where and how to process or how to generate this biomass, and what kind of composition do we have for this biomass. Should we think about the pesticides on that, if you are using to extract some bioactive compounds? So there are many questions related to this not complex but complicated world. But also we are producing energy from biomass. But here I'm not only discussing biomass because we had a lot, I think, but I would like to maybe focus on different ways of renewable energies. But let's think about 3 pillars: sufficiency, consistency, and efficiency, that are really important to have another mindset, or another not linear thinking, a life cycle thinking that should be more holistic. And here are some ideas, but I like to think about circularity as we have already in many forms. We are using everything that we are generating. So this is also a model, a very old, but it was like a recycled term to think about circular economy. Okay, here you can see an analogy to explain circularity. And waste. Waste is I would say, quite new idea, in the sense of being something really undesirable matter, but I would say also sometimes energy in place and time. So we don't want that material there, that space and time. It means that it's an obsolete material without an intended, a function, a service use, or without any value. in terms of economy. And this narrative is very interesting when we think about the role of like waste that we have. Here I put some numbers. I'm not reading everything that I put in my slides. I agree with you. It can be very boring after the lunch. But you can see here, as society, we are producing a lot of waste and very complicated waste. And this is really difficult to separate, to reuse, to reintroduce in the chains. So this will be my main point here to discuss with you. And then, of course, you know that in Europe also we have a framework directive, and the first point is to prevent problems from the very beginning. We need to design not only the molecules, but the materials to avoid the waste. We need to think about what we want as a material. It's the so-called benign by design. So, but I think this directive is very important and can also be a driver to think about this transition for more sustainable energy systems. And the circularity for materials implies that the origin, as I mentioned, origin of products, the composition, the waste to collect, because usually when we are reading the labels, we are not able to see this. We have only the composition of everything. And why not to know more about this process to produce everything? But also we need to think about how to transform, reduce, reuse, and recycle this material from the very beginning. And also to think about circularity, we need to consider the associated risks and the benefits, costs, and gains for all people, not only for some, and potentialities, functions, and services as a system. And of course, we have the so-called renewable energy, and here I am going to talk about the wind and solar energy in general. So we have some works at Leuphana, and I supervised a thesis on that, and we studied the so-called turbines or the blade waste. And we have many types of, let's say, how to transform this wind energy and how to, where to put it, these turbines, where they are located. But we need to know that we have around 6% of the world's electricity in 2020 that was produced in this way. And this number, of course, it's growing. Oh my gosh, 5 minutes. And here, I think it's a very interesting graphic to show how we are growing in this kind in Europe, of course, but also what we would like to have by 2050 and the demands that we have as society. But this is more for Europe. And there is here an idea about this life cycle, and I think some discussions also put on the table the role of the LCA. This is really important to have an idea about sustainability. It's not only to be greener. Well, the problem for blades or the wind energy production or generation would be the blades, how to recycle. They are quite complicated in terms of materials. And the problem is the epoxies, because it is really difficult. It's a mixture, very complicated mixture, but how to break this very resilient substance. And it was really a matter of studies of many, let's say, researchers. And I like also a lot this graphic here. We can see Germany, and we will have a problem very soon, and the age of all these blades that we have there. And also I put some numbers from the United States, and you can see here how many blades do we have to deal with. And in Germany, we can't just use the land, they can't be landfilled. It's like not allowed there. So I think I am going faster here to the ways how we can transform this material. There are many ways we can think about cement processing. And there are many advantages and also, of course, some problems and some points of attentions. And here we have another way to process this scrap, let's say, fiber reinforced plastics from blades. And pyrolysis is a very known process for many, even biomass. But here you can see also some aspects to be considered in the end. And I think I put this also to show the costs of every, let's say, or the process that we are using, like another ones. So volysis is a very, let's say, researched process nowadays, but also involves some costs. But, well, I will just talk a little bit about solar energy. You know, we had a very interesting presentation this morning. And, of course, we talked about the panels, but how to recycle these panels. This is also something. And we have more and more, let's say, this type of waste. And the most important, at least in Germany, is the crystalline silicon solar panels. And they are also responsible for 95% of the global solar panel production. And they are very, not complicated, but it's really difficult to manage in many countries. In Germany, it's a little bit better compared to some countries. And here you can see the layers that we have and what we can maybe remove or separate. And just a moment. We can separate glass, silicon, and metals. And here, I'm showing some process. They are chemical, but also we have physical process and different types, thermal. And also, I would like to emphasize the metals that we can mine from these panels. For instance, aluminum or copper, silver, and lead also it's something. But one point would be to consider not only the mass, but that is the weight, but the economic value. And then silver would be the most important material. And of course, copper, it's also important, but here I'm emphasizing the critical aspect related to some metals. If you have interest, you can also read this paper. It's about the critical elements. And as you can see, we have 5 years for some, 50 to 100 years, or until 500 years for the ones that are in yellow, highlighted in yellow here. But yeah, this is the problem. We have many important elements today that still like a problem. And we need a multidisciplinary, I would say transdisciplinary approaches to increase this, not only recycle, but also before creating these, let's say, materials, we need to know what is necessary to that. So just to summarize, for circularity, we need to first try to avoid or try to reuse the materials, the building blocks first, and to preserve the format and the material. Of course, if it's not possible, we have then to recycle, to transform in another material or to incorporate in another product also. And then there is this strong, I think, concept benign by design. And another one that is sustainable separation. It doesn't make sense to have the so-called sustainable energy if the processes or the materials are not greener or sustainable. This is very important. In the end, this should be considered also. And for recycle, we have entropy. So it's another, I think, important issue to be considered that. And we have to introduce energy, we have to introduce fresh material to recycle. Well, so the main idea is, I think, that we can see here in this figure, I think the main keywords. First, we need to deal with responsibility for all sectors and to think about the purpose of the materials, and then to design what we need from the, let's say, molecular level for other scales. And then sustainable separation, it's very important also if you are using renewable solvents or not, or if you are using less energy, also to do that. And of course, for ours, it's very important. Well, I think the main idea is that. And if you are happy to visit Lüneburg, we have a beautiful university there that is Leuphana, where I am now. And it's in the north of Germany. We have something different. We have the main pillar for all courses, sustainability, and I am responsible for, together with many colleagues from the sustainable chemistry, but also environmental sciences. We have many good ideas there, and there is also a very interesting course. It's a master course, and I'm responsible for some models there using cases, so case studies. And of course, Brazil is there with many ideas and references. It's about the colonization of the curricula also. So I think it's good to know who is supporting us, the International Sustainable Chemistry Collaborative Center. You can see here our role, and we are there to do research, to develop, of course, together with many colleagues and students, knowledge, and to do education. That is the next, I think, very interesting talk or table that we will have. And who is supporting us? The Schema, GIS, and of course, we are there at Lüneburg, in Lüneburg, if you would like to know more. So thank you very much. Dankeschön, merci, but obrigado in Portuguese. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also very much very many topics to discuss after the third contribution by Gabriel Trevisan from Bosch. He has been working in several purchasing departments at Bosch in various countries and various areas, and is currently heading a new established department, Sustainable Disposal and Recycle Management, with worldwide responsibility to implement systematic sales process for scrap generated in the plants, and aiming to increase processes of circular economy, as well as to have scrap sales revenue. And I think this is a very interesting endeavor, and we are very curious to learn about it and hear from you.
Okay, Veronica, thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you, everybody here. We are talking about energy. I guess there is still some energy left, yeah, after so many good discussions up to now. And yeah, also, I just reinforce what has been said up to now about this collaboration, this exchange of information. So I think it fits perfect with our discussion, because I can see what has been said up to now. There is some connections, high connections, and some experience that I'm facing right now. So I not bring so many corporate presentations, so I will bring a real case. It's a pilot project called Recovery. So it's our baby here for the project. So we'd like to share how it started and also what are the lessons learned up to now. So it's far away to be a major project, so we are still learning. And for sure, your inputs and also your comments will be highly welcome here. So let me start here. I just said just few corporate presentation. I think it's important just to know about Bosch, what we are talking about. So Bosch, the aim from Bosch is to create technology that's invented for life. So this is our motto and what's the purpose for the company. And some figures, so this is, you can see the revenues for last year, more than 88 billion euros. The EBIT 3.8, more than 420,000 employees and 468 subsidiaries worldwide and more than 60 countries. Now I'll talk a little bit. So we are located in Latin America. So Latin America for Bosch is not included in Mexico. It's only a matter of definition here. So we have more or less 10,000 associates here in Latin America. Most of the colleagues and the revenues as well are located in Brazil. So about 75% of the revenues and also the associates are located in Brazil. But it's amazing to say that in the location, so in Argentina, it will celebrate 100 years that Bosch are here in Latin America. So it's amazing that. So I just said about Bosch, then I will go more in details about the sustainability and how Bosch sees this topic in our organization. So I will start with some targets that we have at the moment. For the scope 1 and 2, so we are already carbon free since 2020. So it's a huge achievement for us. And it has been set a new target for 2030 to reduce minus 15% of scope 3. So I just remember that Professor Joanna just said in the morning, so it's not a long term. So who defined those targets are still working. So I hope they will be committed with these targets, so they will not be retired at that time. Yeah. And just say something about our, those are our focal points for the sustainability management. We have those 6 pillars that I'm not going details for all of them, but that you are aware that we are talking about here. Just some of them, like water. There is some places where we have facilities. There is some scarcity of water, so we need to reduce like 25% of water in those regions. We have those climate actions, so it really focuses on CO2 reduction in that case. So we have some tough targets to increase the efficiency inside the plants and reduce the energy consumption inside the plants as well. So then we have this health for the people that work in the plant, so human rights, diversity. So everything that's now called the ESG, it's driven for those 6 pillars. And last but not least is the circular economy that will be the topic for my project right now. Going a little bit lower about circular economy, this is how Bosch understands circular economy inside. We have this line below. So it's the raw material extraction, then we have the suppliers, then we have the plant itself in the middle, then we have our products on the market, then we have the waste at the end, that's end of the life products. So we have those 3 steps. First we talk about material efficiency. I think it's highly connected with Professor Vania just said before. We have every product owner, we need to have a DFE. It's called a design for environment. So it has been already for more than 10 years that I remember that every single product, they need to have this person nominated. And there is a kind of guideline to define what's the best way, for example, since weight reduction or what's better to connect different materials. And also a good example is when you need to combine the 2 elements, what's better for disassembly in the future when we are thinking about the recycle management, for example, it's better to weld or to use bolts to connect those parts. For sure, it's bolts, This is a simple example what the guidance of the engineering must follow to create new products. So it's something that was, let me say, the seed was put in the 10 or 15 years that will just collect these results in the future years. Then you have the second one is the second life. So it's again reuse, repair, and remain. We have a good example to collect like these diesel pumps in end of the life products in the market. We just because part of them it lasts forever, so there is no usage in some parts of those diesel pumps. We just collect from the markets and we have a line for remanufacturing, yeah, and then we just put in the market. So there is also a good acceptance. We just fulfill also the standards to put in the market. But this is a good example that that we have. And last but not least, when we don't see any possibility to do those activities, then we just recycle those items. Then we are closing the loop outside, that's what we call it. And what's interesting, just coming back again for the material efficiency, then also the engineering has those, let me say, requirements to, when they create a product, to have more recycled materials when they build a new product. So again, all those circles are running again. So we have the targets, we have the strategy. So several departments are working in those improvements. And so the board of management of Bosch have had a good decision about 2 or 3 years ago to launch a new award, yeah, for every associates. They need to apply for different projects and ideas how to improve those items. And yeah, one of the ideas came from 2 ladies. They are not here, but I'd like to give credits to them. It's Heverly and Luisa. So those 2 ladies were very entrepreneur, and they have the idea, okay, let's try to do something in the end-of-life products. Why don't you go in the end-of-life products and see what else you can reuse, not only this example so additional examples for these diesel pumps, and also that we are under control for those items and so on. That was the idea. It was submitted to different forums, research internally Bosch, and every time it was passing to the next level, then it was a kind of startup, yeah. And those 2 ladies was incorporating an additional person, yeah. I'm one of the part of them, so we are working currently more than 10 people. It's additional for our activity. It's not our main activities we are doing, because this is the interesting part, because we do believe that's a good topic, and we are very motivated to keep with this project. So then I will go direct to the project itself. So we made some investigation. So just to have an idea, here in Brazil, about 70% of our revenues comes from the automotive parts. So we just gave focus at the first moment with those end of life from the products that you use in the cars. So what we discovered, so here's just summary for some investigation. We just found out that there is a parallel way to make some falsification of products. There is, yeah, this topic, not so much, but someone just go in these workshops, collect some, yeah, they say, okay, looks like that I can make some refurbishment, goes to in their own workshops and send to the market. So this is one of the findings. Another one is maybe, I don't know if the colleagues from Germany knows, but there is a task from the very poor people that carry those recycled items. So they use like these wood cars. They hold those cars like the horses by themselves. They put there inside, and they make money out of that. So in some case, when they see, okay, maybe I can sell this aluminum part or this plastic and so on, but if they see, oh, there is a lot of oil and grease, they just put like in landfills like that, yeah, there is a risk of some contamination. And last but not least, we see a lot of opportunities to contribute to the circular economy. Yeah, and the target for this project here is to have an appropriate destination for the end-of-life products and have a collaborative circular chain, yeah, based on a good supply chain. And how it operates, so I will give you an idea. So we have about 1,300 workshops here in Brazil. The idea is to collect these scrap items, so end-of-life products. There is an expectation that we pay for that. Yeah, the market pays for this, not so much, but then we need to pay. There is a third company that is responsible for the transport and also the selection. And here is the first barrier. So we have these certificates that every company that generates scrap, they need to send information to the government. It's online, yeah, that they generate the scrap. So less than 10% of more than 100 workshops that we visit use those certificates. Yeah. Then after the sorting, we just send to different place that we find the best destination for that. So first we try to reuse those items. You make a sorting out of that. In case it's not possible, goes to recycling. And we just try to find partners that at the end, like the steel makers, that at the end goes back to our products. That's the main idea. And at the end, we have this CO2 credits for all those process that we are talking about. So this is the main concept of the project. Digitalization, there is a lot of, we are thinking about a lot of ideas here. It's a totally greenfield, our projects. So the communication between workshops and the transportation, and also to issue these certificates. So there is a lot of opportunities when you think about digitalization. So where we are up to now, since January, we visit more than 100 workshops. 60 actively say, okay, we'd like to join the project. Yeah? And 5 tons of products were collected since then. So I'd say in the last 2 months, or less than 2 months, just a calculation that we estimated here, about 11 tons of CO2 saving. What are the potential? Yeah? If you just cover these 1,300 workshops. So we just make an estimation with our experience up to now, more than 7,800 tons, yeah? And not only recycling, but we can also check what else you can use out of that. And this is the amount of CO2 that's, yeah, probably we can make those savings, yeah? So, project barriers. So I just said one of them, it's policy and regulation. From my perspective, our learnings here is a lack of reasonable framework. Just an example. So I said about the scores from the diesel pumps. We do not know how can I transport from the workshop to Bosch? Is it scrap, or this is a real part number? Do I need to put taxes inside or not? So if I ask for 2 different tax specialists, maybe I have 3 different opinions. But just a joke. But it's very, very hard to deal with those topics. Cultural habits. So there is low awareness. I think we said a lot here about this circular economy. The concept itself, mainly small companies. So if you say big companies, for companies that work in here today, was in the last 2 days for sure, they know about it. But small companies like those workshops, they have no idea what we're talking about. And infrastructure and technology, we just said about it a couple of days, and not repeat. So some opportunities, we see really increased competitiveness. We see as a potential for that. I think when we say like big companies, we need to be profitable at the end. Yeah, we need to find some way to go in this direction, and yeah, in order to, and at the same time, to reduce the CO2 impact. We see opportunities for new business, possibility to include new companies with that. So I discussed it already with the colleague from Volkswagen, yeah, and he's very interested in this project. So in 2 weeks, we'll have the discussion as well, yeah, in Volkswagen. And not only that, but another opportunity, I think Professor Vania just said about the solar panel. So I see some challenge with the cars, like the hydrogen fuel cells or batteries and so on. So there will be a challenge. How can recycle those items with higher efficiency and put again in the market and use those again? Yeah. And last but not least, here, job creation. For us, there is a social impact very high, because as I said, there is this poor people just carrying those wood cars. We see a huge potential that we can create formal jobs for those people. So we do not want to compete with them. We want that those people work with us, so, and create a really ecosystem. So it's very complex that we are thinking, but we do believe and we strive for that. And my recommendation, governments acting as a trainer and advisor, spreading the word, not only applying penalties to the companies, to create some incentives. I think we just said a lot of that, simplify legislation and tax, and invest in waste management infrastructure. That has been said. And this is my last message that I would like to leave with you. It's from our CEO. Companies don't have to choose between being profitable and doing what's best for the planet. It's the right path is chosen. Both aims go hand in hand. So we truly believe in that. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for your contributions, which fitted very well together, I think. One question maybe to start the discussion to Gabrielle and to Vanya. So we have learned throughout this conference that critical raw materials will become bottleneck for the transition. And the circular economy seems to also bring a solution, because you can collect scrap and recover critical raw materials. The question is, what action do we have to take? So you make a start, but certainly there has to happen much more. And where do we stand from a technological perspective? I think that would go to you. How much progress is possible? At which time scale, basically?
Should I start?
If you
No,
want. No, you can. You
Okay,
can.
is it working? Yes. I think we have several items to be recycled with these new technologies. I just said some examples like the hydrogen fuel cells and so on. And every time that we are bringing a new technology, we need to think about how be the end of life of those products. And when we just put all those items together, someday we need to do the same and try to put them again in our market. So it's a fact that in some plants in Germany that we are advanced already with some fuel cell and also some batteries. We are struggling to find some good destination for that. So we are totally avoiding to go to the landfill. That is the case, but we are putting a lot of efforts to recycle those items. Then it's an expectation that together with the academy that we can work together and find a process that we can extract better. Maybe the advice can be that we can act in advance from the design phase for sure, but somehow we need to start these discussions.
So basically you care for it already when designing products.
Yes, we do it.
Yeah. We say that chemists are designers because we are designing molecules, but I would say also processes. And this is true. It's really difficult when we are designing a molecule. We must be responsible. We need to know the functions that are there, and what is toxic or non-toxic, and to also understand what could be done in the end of the life of this, not only molecule, but also product. And in some cases, I think we are, as again, society, we need to faster all processes, but without taking care of that. Let's say we need to be more conscious about the risks. So in terms of complicated materials or products. To separate some products, it's almost impossible to recover everything. The type of the mixtures that we have with methods, it can make the process completely impossible to recover everything. And the design is very important, but also to design the ways that we will have, and the time, the frame, it's also, considering the time, it's also important. For how long time? 30 years, it's not a lot, actually. And I hope I will be here, yeah, to see or to design some process also.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe one question also to Arnaldo before we go to the floor. You stressed on the very beginning of your talk that transformation is different in different countries, but of course there are also complementarities and in this event, the complementarities between Brazil and Germany would be of particular interest. And you also stressed the central versus decentral concepts in avoiding waste and dealing with waste, referring to the transportation cost and the inefficiency that come with transportation. Where would you see complementarities between Germany and Brazil in this whole context of the circular economy? How can we learn from each other or cooperate?
Well, thanks for the question. General sense, well, we need to exchange experience. The know-how that probably you have in Germany, yeah, and some know-how that we have here in Brazil. It's necessary to exchange experience. We have a common goal when we talk about energy transition. That is the deep reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, but we need to find a way in order to do this in a really sustainable way, considering different aspects, social aspects, economic aspects, and the impacts on the environment, not just the emissions on greenhouse gases. When I mentioned about the issue of residues, I was thinking about the use of residues as energy source. And as the country is huge and we have availability of resources in different parts of the country, we need to take into account the cost and the environmental impacts of transporting residues to some place. We have here in Brazil a huge concentration of population and economic activities in the east side of the country, but most of the agriculture is the central and west part of the country. So from my point of view, it makes no sense to transport residues in order to create opportunities here in the east side of the country. We need to develop the market there, develop the local use of residues where the residues are available, yeah? Or to find ways to convert them in order to transport to other sites.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe there are already questions in the audience. So there's one. Maybe if you introduce yourself.
Yes, gladly. Thank you very much. My name is Laura Redondo, and I represent the University of Münster at the DVH São Paulo. Recently, and I really don't know who said that, but I found it very interesting. I've heard the sentence that said that the most energy efficient building is the one that already exists. And this certainly applies also for consumer goods. So those are also the most efficient. And however, and I find it interesting that you, Gabriel, have spoken about the end of life. There are many consumer goods that reach the so-called end of life before reaching the end of life, the proper end of life. And I think we should talk about consumer responsibility as someone, as a society, as a member of society, as individuals. However, we have to consider corporate responsibility too. And it's not a lifestyle or a consumer's decision if your fridge stops working. And my father recently bought a Korean, from a Korean manufacturer, a large fridge, and it stopped working. And it was 2 weeks ago. And the repair person went to his place and said, "You should buy a new one." And it was like a year old or a 2-year-old. It wasn't under the warranty anymore, so he couldn't get a replacement from the manufacturer. But it was like a problem with the electric circuit or whatever, and he should either change the electric circuit, and that would cost the same as a new fridge. This is absurd, because this will end up in the landfill probably. And so first of all, I think repairing should be very accessible for consumers themselves. So you should have spare parts available. And that's something that manufacturers, and I don't talk about only fridge manufacturers, but car manufacturers and cell phone manufacturers, that should be something that you should repair yourself, usually. But you have to, usually you have to go to a specialist to repair very uncomplicated things. But things, since we have these electric circuits and these very technological parts, some regular person like myself can't fix almost anything. And so my question would be, and of course this not go only to you, Gabriel, but goes to the whole table. So how can we hold manufacturers accountable and or to convince the importance of the shift of this mindset? And that would mean, of course, a large shift of the product assembly and the product design. But how can we convince manufacturers, small and big businesses, to do so? Because at the end of the day, it means that you're going to be selling very different products than what you sell nowadays. So that's my provocative question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, this is also very much about regulation and incentives that we have established in the past, and also about product composition. If you look at cars, typically 20, 30 years ago, you could bring your car and some part was changed. Today you have to, if it's broken, you have to change huge components if the engine, for example, doesn't work anymore. So maybe the regulation part, who wants to step in?
Maybe I can start here. I think there's also part that our products are becoming more complex as well. So we cannot avoid that as an example that Professor Veronica just said, that maybe in the past was easier, like a new Beetle or a Beetle to rebuild was easier than a Tesla, for example. It's becoming more complex. But I think this is one point. Another one, I'd say that most of the companies, or at least the serious companies, are accountable of those items, and they stick to the warranty. I know that you mean that maybe 1 month after the warranty you have problems. So yeah, there is no let me say a magic thing to do, but cars, it's becoming even more we say that the standards are becoming higher. So 3 years, maybe 5 years of warranty. So then it's more or less in this direction. Maybe if there is a demand in the future that a fridge needs to have like 2 years or 3 years, for sure they need to do something more robust, and it will be more expensive and so on. But there is this possibility, but it's not so easy. I think that the feeling that you have right now, it's somehow frustrating.
So this obsolescence, this programmed obsolescence, though I don't know how it's exactly in English, obsolescência programada. It's real. It's been proven real. What do we do about it? Because as a society member, I can only shout out loud to this company that sold the fridge and say, "What are you guys thinking?" But I'm not an investor of this company. I have no voice for the company. My voice doesn't matter. I can only write an email to Reclame Aqui and hope to get an answer. But that's all I can do as a customer. So 2 or 3 years warranty is nothing. And I should be able to buy an electric circuit board and replace it myself, or get a technician to change it. But that shouldn't cost 1,500 reais. And the fridge costs 2.5. It's preposterous. Yeah, thank you.
Just to complete, if I may, it's the topic for design for environment. I think must help this, because for some reason we can disassembly easier. It's not a complete fridge you just throw away. So there is some hints or approach that the companies must do to try to avoid this.
Yeah, thank you very much. Are there further questions? There's already the microphone, so
Thank you.
go ahead.
Thank you, Veronica. I am Luis Horta from NIP, Unicamp, and Unifei. It was really a great session. I really appreciate the speakers, and I do agree, almost agree with all, but I have a question, a doubt, to my friend Arnaldo. As maybe all of you know that I are a pioneer country in terms of energy transition. In the beginning of last century, we start to introduce biofuels, introduce hydropower. So renewable energy is a reality in our country since decades and a century ago. And in this frame, the production of bioenergy nowadays in Brazil, so far I know, and there are many studies proving that, is very sustainable. We are recycling a lot of fertilizers. We are using biological control. And if we see a lot of sugar cane, if this sugar cane is used to produce sugar, this requires more fertilizer because in the ethanol and the bioenergy production, they receive again some potash and other fertilizers. So the indicators of this is interesting. And last year, we mitigated 36 million tons of CO2 by using biofuels in this country, certified by third parties, independent parties. So, again, I believe that we have here an interesting solution, not a recipe. So, my friend, I don't know why you said Brazil is not an example, but we have not an example, but we have many similar countries in developing countries, in wet tropical countries that could apply the same model. I'm referring to India, for instance, is starting a large biofuel program. So I would like to hear more about you. Elaborate a little bit more. Convince me that it's not true. Why you are not an example?
What does it mean, example for me? Yeah?
Yes, for sure. Thank you.
Yesterday, during the day, we have some discussions here, and I think there was a kind of consensus that we are not good here in Brazil to advertise our results. Yeah, and one of the reasons that our academic production is not so strong. Yeah. And in general, we use it to answer some criticisms in order to do the opposite, to show what we are doing, the best results. But when I said that Brazil, regarding ethanol production more particularly, is not exactly an example. First, because we are a very particular case in the world. Few countries, probably just Brazil, has this potential to produce biofuels, bioenergy. Like it is possible, it would be possible to produce ethanol in Brazil. Land, climate, weather conditions, water, rainfall, and so on. But even though we are facing problems regarding ethanol production for more than 10 years, we are not able to enlarge the production. This is there's a fail in the process. And it's easy to find good examples of ethanol production in Brazil, but it's also easy to find bad examples. It makes no sense we are in year 2023. It makes no sense almost 30 years after the start of the discussion about working conditions in sugarcane production, to listen about violations of labor rights. It makes no sense. Probably it's not it's the whole system, because we have failures on control, we have failures on policy, and so on. For me, it's not a good example to present. We have good results with some constraints, some difficulties, but we can do better than that. And we need to do better than that. If you want to have bioenergy as a solution for sustainable, for energy transition, we need to do better than that. we have good examples, but we have also bad examples.
Yes,
This is
for
my
sure,
point.
For sure. But the bad examples are not intrinsically related to the production itself. It's the lack of governance, it's the lack of regulation. Okay? Okay, I will not to keep in this discussion, but I simply disagree to my friend about
Okay.
that. Thank you.
Maybe continue the
I accept
discussion
your
in the
disagreement.
break. So,
Well, disagreement is part of our discussion. My question is to Gabriel, but not as a Bosch member or Bosch part of your company, as a person that is in the productive sector. Vanya mentioned the importance of metrics, and we know that in the business environment, managers and executives have a bonus that is always related to finance and market share. Do you see in the near future connecting the bonus of the managers and the CEO, the C board, the C level, to sustainable metrics? Because if not, what we have are very attractive reports regarding sustainability, but they don't have the strength, sheet, and the profit of the company. So first of all, there is any practice in the industry that you know of a connection of the bonus to sustainable development metrics? And second, if not, do you think that this should be considered as an objective?
Good question. My personal overview. No, makes so I not say the experience for Bosch, as you said, but for my personal opinion, totally makes sense. Yeah. And just to remember the last sentence from our CEO, yeah, that both environmental and business must work together. Yeah.
Connect to the bonus?
It-
There is
it-
something
it's-
visible?
It's already exists. So we have also a report, sustainable report, that it's released together with the executive report.
Gabriel, this we know, it's a one report. The bonus, what he will take home, his compensation. There is in the compensation something that depends on the metrics related to sustainability. Again, not for Bosch, but for whatever company you know.
yeah.
Maybe I can answer this. My name is Tobias Metzger from RWE. Some of you may have heard his name before.
It's not on.
Now is on?
Yeah.
Now I hear myself as well much better. So my name is Tobias Metzger. I'm from RWE. So this power generator some of you may have heard of in Germany. And indeed in RWE there is now a small, but anyway there is a portion related to the bonus when it comes to sustainability and such questions. It is indeed. It starts now, I think, let me remember, I think this year was the first year, but anyway, it's starting and it's a comparably small portion, but it is there. Well, you are asking me. I think it's connected to, I'm not sure whether it's connected to carbon emissions, but it is connected to waste issues and some human health and safety stuff and so on. But it is, I think, the most sustainable one you're probably referring to is waste production and waste production, not in the office, but in the power generation and whatever there is, or in the production and construction of the projects.
Yeah, thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
So maybe I have a question that I would really like to ask this panel. And the question is, there are already also areas where waste is already a resource. And the question is, do we use the waste in the most effective way today? Or do we have to rethink this because waste is used, it is burned for example, and maybe waste is burned that we could use much more effectively otherwise. So what's your experience already dealing with these questions for a long time?
Yeah, thanks. I will respond that because it's related to bio. Maybe you know that it's in Brazil we are using a lot of bagasse, sugarcane bagasse, but also citrus peel as a resource. But to extract, I would say that before burning bagasse with a lot of water, we should first remove everything that's possible from that, using like the biorefinery concept that is very related to green chemistry, but also if we consider this, all these indicators or criteria for metrics to compare different process, we need to know, because we need to limitate or to know the borders of the systems that we are comparing. But what I would say, it doesn't make sense to burn water, for instance. And it doesn't make sense to transport this material to another place. We need to have local solutions. There isn't, I love that because we have to think seriously about, for every case, what we need. So we can't transfer the responsibility to another person or just to do the checklist. All people should be, or sectors should be involved to know how to deal with local or global problems, because they are related, of course. But for citrus peel, for instance, we have 50, after extracting the juice or limonene, we have 50% of waste that can't be managed or correctly, I would say, in the sense of resources, not only considering the economic dimension. I'm thinking about the social, the cost to produce this waste. It doesn't make sense. It's not efficient. It's not correct. It's not fair in the end. It's not. We are not using our best knowledge on that. So it's important to consider. Biomass is very good, but before producing this, I would say, avoidable waste, we need to know what we want with that and the real costs of this waste, because we are not paying the bill in the end. We just are starting. So this is also about the transition, and it's why I told you, we have many problems under the carpet, and we need to put on the table and to discuss this very honestly, to try to propose good alternatives, because we have also bad alternatives, like for the obsolescence. We can, to contract, for instance, a company to have your house painted, you can buy the right to have your house painted for 5 years. It's not necessary to contract a person to paint your house or everything, that the materials. So it's another concept about business. It's another way to deal with business models also. It's related to chemistry. So thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So there is another question from the floor.
Well, it's not exactly a question, it's more
Please
of a comment.
introduce yourself.
Yes. I believe that we are a little bit ahead of what has been said by people who are complaining about the production of ethanol in Brazil. The productivity increased for more than 30% in the past 10 years. We are working a lot with gasification of gas, even with electrolysis from the vinasse, employing the vinasse, the water in the vinasse. There are projects to do that. And then even projects produce hydrogen from ethanol. Then in my view, the situation in Brazil in terms of ethanol is not as bad as people here said, and I don't know if I'm too optimistic, but we still have a lot to be done. But a lot has been already done in the past 10 years.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Julio Meneghini, I'm from the Research Center of Greenhouse Gas Innovation at the University of São Paulo.
Sorry, Julio. I want to be here controversial, and to enter a dispute. But if you check the numbers in Brazil, the average results that we have here in Brazil, the yield of sugarcane production here in Brazil has decreased, yeah, and is decreasing on average since 2008, 2009. Yeah. If you check the cost of ethanol production, about 12, 15 years ago, ethanol production here in Brazil was feasible compared with gasoline if the oil barrel costs about $45 per barrel. Yeah, and right now, ethanol is not really competitive with gasoline. So something is wrong here. Yeah. So it's easy, as I said, it's easy to find good examples. Yeah. But we have more than 300 mills in Brazil. Yeah. So it's good to find good examples, but on average, we are not doing as well as we can. So if you want to have bioenergy as a good solution, yeah, in our energy transition process, and we want to have bioenergy as part of the energy transition in the whole world, yeah, we need to improve our system. We need to present better results. This is my point. Thanks.
So thank you very much. So we have almost reached the end of our time. I think this was really very informative, both about Brazil with examples from practice and with some perspective into the future. So thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you very much for the questions. And I think we have a coffee break right now, and maybe you want to inform us about something else.
So thank you very much for our panelists.
Thank you.
So we will have a coffee break now. I just wanted to tell you something I was thinking with this panel. I saw I think it was a short documentary on circular economy, there was one sentence that really was fixed then afterwards in my brain because it's so true and we don't think so much about it. And this was one man saying, garbage or waste or trash, it's a human invention. Yeah. That doesn't exist in nature because everything is circular in nature. And I want to leave the sentence with you for the coffee break and for later on to digest. Yes.
Muito bom. Imagina. A gente tenta fazer em 15 minutos.
Transmissão já começou? So, welcome back. The sustainable energy transition will not happen if the citizens are not aware about its necessity, aware about what they can do from their side, about how to contribute. So let's talk about education for innovation and sustainable energy consumption. Could we change the slide, please? So the panel will be moderated by Professor Joana Portugal Pereira from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and who held the keynote today. So again, each panelist will have 15 minutes for a presentation, and after that, Professor Joana will coordinate the debate until 4:35. Joana, please, welcome.
Thank you very much. Welcome all here in the room. With no further ado, I would like to introduce our two panelists here. Professor Victor Roger Paganet, apologies in advance, and Professor José Roberto Cardoso. We are glad and lucky to be here with two distinguished presenters. I will start by introducing Professor Victor and give him the floor shortly after. So, Dr. Victor Roger is currently head of the research group of Socio-Technical Energy Futures at Institute of Technology Assessment and System Analysis in Karlsruhe in Germany. And he's a member of the steering committee of the Graduate Schools of Energy and Environment. And he has a very extensive and long curriculum and expertise on economics and sustainability, and over 30 years of experience on the field. So, Professor Victor, thank you very much. I give you the floor for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Thank you for the organizers to invite me, to give me a chance to talk about sustainability, sustainable energy consumption, and that not from a technical point of view, but for education. And that's, I think, for us, for the future of energy transformation, a very key point, since knowing about the future challenges is a prerequisite to find solution today. I had the opportunity, or I was asked to talk about how to foster a sustainability innovation strategy for institutions that rises to the challenge of sustainable energy consumption. Well, the need for sustainability innovation strategy is obvious. Once from the energy point of view, energy-induced greenhouse gas emissions are still too high. We discussed it yesterday, today. We also mentioned that the extraction of metals are in many cases, are necessary, but in many cases they are environmental disastrous and often inhuman. And looking from a sustainability point of view, we should also consider that the conflicts are emerging, maybe rapidly. In Europe, currently, everybody thinks about the war in Ukraine, but this is not this is a current situation. But if we think about what we have discussed today and yesterday, that the low-hanging fruits in transformation processes are getting, the number of them are getting smaller and smaller, and we had to make some hard decisions, which has impacts, noteworthy impacts on the living conditions of the affected persons. So therefore there will be conflicts, and they will be rising. not only in Germany, but all over, they started. And it could also happen the same in Brazil, but I presume, but I'm not the expert on the Brazilian situation. But that means we need innovation strategies, innovation, a very broad understanding, that's clear. And education is a keystone to foster appropriate strategies. We have here so many distinguished persons who are active in education, but giving a precise definition of education is for many, well, challenging. So therefore here a very short definition as it is more or less traditionally used. I will come later for development nearly at the end of the presentation of today. Education is a process of getting and receiving systematic instruction, acquiring knowledge on the one hand, but as a second point of education, to develop powers for reasoning and judgments. It is not always to know everything, but it's also very important to discuss, to convince, to see the advantages of own point, or see also the advantage of the other, and to find a solution in these discussions. Traditionally, the praise for education are schools and universities. That's clear, and they're very important. But nowadays, we see that education comes more and more in the center of companies' activities, even if they don't lie. They see that the necessity to be, that's more the positive way. But also I mentioned here communities, and I will later come to it, why I see include communities. From an educational point of view, we have to deal with two challenges. At first, the complexity of the subject of learning, for example, sustainability, energy consumption. But it is not only the subject which is demanding or challenging, irrespectively from where you are coming, of engineer, social science or something. You have always deal with huge complex questions and discussions. Also, the conditions to achieve the desired education targets are very important, and currently in most cases they are defined by the respective discipline. And this makes, in particular, if you're dealing with sustainability, it is a challenge. In particular, when you're working in universities and you would like to educate the people, the students, in a broader sense beyond their own discipline. What is sustainability? We use this term feelingly 100 times in the last 2 days. And besides the presentation of Samuel, I would say nobody had come near to a definition, and therefore I looked for it. It's the one from our common future, that means from the Brundtland Commission, UN Commission in the 1987, and it is still, the originals, and say sustainability development is a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. To be honest, I like it, even if it's not very practical, but it includes one of the most important perspectives. It has a today's perspective. That means we have to talk about our living conditions, but also we have to think about our future, our children, our grandchildren, for those who have families, or about future generations. It means we are not alone in this world. We have to think about the future. There is, at least from practical point of view, a need for a better definition. It's obvious, but I think, and this is one of my thesis, is it could be insufficient because definitions tend to be very static. And therefore, I would like to provide here another understanding of sustainability, and this comes really directly out of the definition you've seen from the Commission there. Achieving sustainability is a search for ways to improve the capacity, at first, to guide interactions between nature, technology, economy, society towards a more sustainable future, whatever it is. Guide is here in specifically because I don't like the word guide. It seems somebody's telling me how I have to deal with the future, but this is coming from a source and therefore this is my private comment on it. We have not to talk about guidance, only about guidance. But there's a second search aim we have to look for, or to improve the capacities, and it is to understand how sustainable futures could look like. Futures, because we don't know the precise future, we have alternative futures, so therefore the plural. So we talk about sustainability, we talk about the future, we talk about everything, but nobody has thought or can give a good description of what a future look like. And therefore we have to improve the capacity to understand it, what a sustainable future could look like. The topic of my talk is about education. So therefore I come back to education requirements when we are talking about sustainability or sustainable energy consumption. Education is a systemic instruction and regarding sustainability to address the dimensions of knowing how to deal with the complexity of sustainability. And the second point, which is I would like really to emphasize, how to act together across professional, social, and cultural content. And that makes also another challenge for sustainability. It is not only, I would say, a perspective which can be engineered, which can be used with economics. We use to get to achieve sustainability. We have to act together, irrespectively of my backgrounds or yours backgrounds. I would go a bit deeper to understand what I mean with complexity. We have two complexities when regarding sustainability. It is a comprehensive perspective of the respective system. That means we have not looking only the technological, not only the economical perspective, we have also include the environmental and the social. I will come later to explain it more in detail. Another complexity comes from the way of the process to come to a sustainability understanding or to have an idea how a sustainability could look like. It is at first identify the factors which describe a future system. To define sustainable futures, because they are not given. We have to discuss it, I'll come later to that too. And achieving a selected sustainable future, and that makes it challenging in a dynamic world. The understandings of what could be relevant for my sustainability for the society could change and will change over the time. New technologies could influence it, new attitudes can influence it, new understandings what is required. The necessity for acting together. Sustainability is not a concept which you can use with mathematical correctness, preciseness. It is the outcome of social mediation. That means a society, how you ever define it and how you say who is responsible, defines based on indicator-based assessment what is now sustainable, because we have to deal with conflicting interests in the society. And the outcome of such indicator-based assessments will be never, at least to my experience, straightforward, option A is the best one. Will never. There will be always some advantages, but also some disadvantages. For example, we have some work about how to reduce water demand in urban cities and increasing or establishing additional energy source. The costs, at least currently, are exploding. So from the cost side, it will never happen that somebody will invest. But from the other side, there are very aspects which makes it very important to think about further. So we have to discuss it. I see I'm running out of time, therefore I skip this one and then come to the last 3 slides. It's on how to educate, how to be very practical now, at first at the universities. For me, it's important that sustainability should be part of the learning of the curricula in every faculty, not only in the engineering part or in the economics or in the social sciences. Because sustainability, sustainable energy consumption is a comprehensive concept. I said, comprehensive approach, socio-economic, environmental, technology perspective, and now some words which to be more precise, societal means not only acceptance. Because in 99%, okay, I'm exaggerating, in 80%, when I'm working with my colleagues, social, you mean acceptance. It is also participation. It is also culture. Economic, it's not only costs, far beyond that. Even if many sustainability assessment studies are talking about costs, it is about behavior. We have learned today very much on this. It's also about attitudes. Environment, and that comes to the core of this conference, is not only greenhouse gas emissions. It is also eutrophication. It could be also nutrient balances, and so on and so on. So that it's really comprehensive, and that makes it very hard. To deal it, we need interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. And interdisciplinarity means to learn the complexity. For sure, universities have a task to give a systematic instruction. But looking at the challenges, university should also give the feeling that there are, or the knowledge that there are other perspectives beyond the one where I'm studying. An engineer should know that there is another perspective and should learn with them, with the others. So an idea to make it very practical is to have exercises, faculty overlapping exercises, small real-world projects. We have developed it for PhD students, but I'm quite sure that it could be done also for students. We have discussed yesterday a bit about it. I know this is a revolutionary thinking in universities, not only in Brazil, but also in Germany. I'm quite sure. Transdisciplinarity, as I said, acting transdisciplinary means that we have to talk with the society as a scientist or as a company. So therefore, we need them for identify, define, and implement sustainability energy demand. And I found it very interesting that we understand sustainability not as a part somewhere stressing something, but we needed to include it in the innovation strategies of companies. That sustainability could be a strategic component of we learned it today, of policies, of company policies. And then it comes to educate in companies. Very short. Here, it is less systematic, to be honest. It is more educating in real time. And here is the importance is the inter and the transdisciplinarity very important. That means that in companies, different persons with different backgrounds should interact to check the feasibility of the ideas. That's the very first idea. And secondly, and this is in particular of relevance if the innovations has direct impact to social life and social life. For example, in Germany currently, huge discussions. Okay, no, the discussion was 2 years ago, smart meters, digitalization in the future. The last key point, somebody who can ask me because of time, it is also very important to go for the Collins-Rich dilemma, but who would like to know it, I will give it in private talk or later in the discussion. I have said we have a very traditional understanding of education, but we have challenges where the traditional education, last slide, no, not nearly this last slide, where we have to revolutionize the term of education. We have to have an interacting education, and this is in particular important when we build up energy communities, not only in Germany, mentioned by Michael Michael, but also for an idea for energy communities in parts of Brazil to overcome poverty. There are many projects. And what our experience is, it's really the worst idea to think we go there, teach them, and then they are happy, and then they react as we wanted. No. Education means, in that part, to talk with the people, to accept them, to understand what they know, and to give in the discussion with them the chance that they learn, and mostly those the instruction learns only. It's really a wonderful example for transdisciplinarity. Coming to the last slide. My resume. Education and sustainability, energy consumption seems to be like generating supermen and superwomen because it's really comprehensive. Engineering, economics, social science, and so on, maybe also legal science. For those who know in German, I would like to say eierlegende Wollmilchsau. It's the same. And superwoman, I don't know the English term for that, so eierlegende Wollmilchsau. It is something which doesn't exist because an animal who has food, eggs, wool, milk, and delivers also pork. So therefore, it's not possible. We have the knowledge and content of different disciplines. We have the knowledge in sustainable science, sustainability science. So it is rather impossible for an individual perspective to get everything. For sure, we need some emphasis. That means an engineer should know that there is something else and there should be some instruction, but he will not understand economics in detail because it would be unfair. Economists are studying 8 to 10 years, not 10 years, 8 to 10 semesters, sorry. Our engineers are working, and so economists to know it, it's impossible. So therefore, it's team building, very important here. And therefore, my resume for all is maybe the overarching aim of education is not, it's creating knowledge, clear, but even more creating empathy for other perspectives, that an engineer accepts that economists are not the blockheads in the game, social scientists are the double blockheads, and the other way around, the economists accept that social scientists have also something good to say, and the engineers are not only necessary, but they have also good ideas. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Professor Victor, for the insight and very effective in time presentation. I took 3 key messages from your talk. You reinforced the importance of education, capacity building, not only in universities, but also in companies in the private sector and local communities. Secondly, you reinforced the need of interdisciplinary projects within the universities, including social science, technical people, engineers, economists, etc. And thirdly, you reinforced the need to include strategic innovation in the mid and long-term visions for companies. I have a few questions for you, but I will hold it up to we start discussion. And with no further ado, I would like to introduce Professor José Roberto Cardoso. He's a full professor at the Electric Energy and Automation Engineering Department at the University of São Paulo, USP, since 1999. Has a long curriculum lattice. I double checked. I'd like to highlight a few highlights here. An expert with over 30 years experience both in teaching and developing research on electric engineering and energy issues. So Professor José Roberto, I will give you the floor. Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Everyone says it's always good to start with the history. All that Carlos, the author of this book, Journey of a Journey, begins the first chapter with this quote. Imagine if at Jesus, the time of Jesus, 2,000 years ago, some inhabitants of Jerusalem got into a time machine and traveled to the year 1800. They would undoubtedly have to adjust their behavior in the first to behavior to the new culture of its standards. Still, they could maintain the trades they practiced in the first early century. They supported themselves easily as their knowledge would still be relevant at the turn of the 18th century. However, if our time travelers had been taken to the year 2000, the situation would be quite different. The skill would be obsolete, as formal education would be a prerequisite of almost all jobs. The technology of the time would be described as a sorcery. If you reflect on this period mentioned, you can identify the importance of engineering for the humankind. Formal engineering education started in the second half of the 18th century, due to the first industrial revolution, which began in the year 1760. The first industrial revolution is linked to the invention of the steam machine and its application in transportation, textile technology, the mass production of iron, and the mechanization of factory. The École Polytechnique in France brought together the most influential mathematician and mechanical expert of that time. Its founding is considered the beginning of engineering education. As you can see in these slides, this paradigm promotes education focusing on training of public servants, focusing on the industrialization of mass production. Civil, mechanical, mining, and agriculture were the classic engineering specialties. Programs were designed with focus on mathematics, science, structure, and war technology. The second industrial revolution has already integrated the achievement of mastering electricity and chemistry, and the appearance of automobile and airplane. During this period, the global warming was made its presence felt, with the ever increasing use of oil for productive activities. Engineering education practically lost space to theory. Engineering acquired the character of science with insertion of modern physics in curricular structure. The Second War promoted an explosion of knowledge with the development to maintain the war machine, leading humankind to the Third Industrial Revolution. The dawn of the Cold War marks the beginning of the Third Industrial Revolution, and Brazil appears as a protagonist of technological change at this time. The world was witnessing the transition from analog to digital electronics, which has affected production and changed the face of employment. The internet and cell phones appeared, and the microtechnology became even smaller with the nanotechnology. In the change of renewable energy, Brazil was the most audacious country. In the Third Industrial Revolution, renewable energy sources began to take up the space due to energy insecurity caused by war conflicts in the late 1960s. As for engineering education in Brazil, the second half of the 60s was marked by the Brazilian decision to exploit the hydraulic potential of its rivers with the construction of large hydroelectric plants. This decision proved to be the right one. It demanded the development of studies and new technologies that culminate with the construction of the largest hydroelectric power plants at this time. The war in the Middle East in the early 70s marked the beginning of a new era in Brazil. The oil crisis that followed raised the price of a barrel of oil from $20 to $50. The country's energy vulnerability was exposed, leading our leaders to stimulate the search for an alternative to oil through biofuels. The option for ethanol was immediate because it was sustainable, and the raw materials available were sorghum, corn, and sugarcane. The option for sugarcane became feasible, and Professor José Goldenberg and collaborators, in a seminal article in 1978, demonstrated the advantage of energy balance of ethanol production from this input. The impact of this research on engineering education in Brazil was immense, as it stimulated the creation of the first energy engineering programs in the country. More than 20 research laboratories for renewable energy were created with 5 years window after the work of Goldenberg. As a result, after a little more than a decade, Brazil has become the country with the largest number of scientific publications in this area. It is also significant to mention that there were no pressure due to climate change at that time. In developed countries, incorporate quality control on other productivity indicators that discouraged the Brazilian academy, because these disciplines had not been yet integrated into the curricular structure. This movement in Brazil was significant, and it led the creation of the first production engineering program, which detached itself from mechanical engineering to occupy a privileged space in engineering scenario in the country. The fourth industrial revolution is distinguished by interconnectedness of emerging technologies, such as connected physical system via the IoT, flexible manufacturing without form limits, and numerous possibilities. The simulation occupied a space that allowed the integration of professionals from different competencies of the country on working the same project. This is important. 5G technology is emerging, enabling wireless communication without the need for human intervention in a multitude of activities. In Brazil, the energy industry grows at breakneck pace with the diversification of energy sources. The relevant fact for engineering education in this new center was the Bologna Declaration. Particularly its cutout for engineering, which changed the focus of teaching from teacher-centered to student-centered. The first active methodology emerged emphasizing CDIO, conceive, design, implement, and operate. The late 90s were a watershed period for engineering education, when the United States identified that it was losing competitiveness to the countries in the West. A diagnosis of the problem published by Boeing Education Department pointed out that engineers needed to have attributes that were not taught in university. The final report of this research highlighted the key attributes of the 21st century engineering. Highlights of this report are present in this slide. A good understanding of engineering science fundamentals is the first one. The basic science allied to the deep knowledge of information technology have become the pillars in the engineering education. A good understanding of design and manufacturing process. The design, which had lost ground in the introduction of science-based disciplines, once again took a leading role in engineering education. In Brazil, this suggestion led to the introduction of the course completion project programs. A multidisciplinary system perspective. This view is a criticism of specialization and was inserted to highlight that there is no undertaking that requires the competence of a single engineering specialty. A basic understanding of a context in which engineering is practiced. With this statement, engineering humanizes itself, inserting its objective not only the concern with the environment, but also with the consumer and the society. Good communication skill, high ethical standard, ability to think both critically and creatively, flexibility, curiosity, and desire to learn for life, a profound understanding of the importance of teamwork, and also diversity, want and needed. For the first time, the recommendation for gender diversity appears as necessary for the practice of engineering. In management breakdown, of the extensive chain of the command has required engineers' attribute of leadership, teamwork, and above all, critical thinking. Emotional intelligence has become a professional most important asset. The release of creativity was stimulated by emergence of the maker movement, the competition between projects, hackathons, and several others, which demand a new posture from the university in the institutional relationship with its community. In Brazil, the Ministry of Education needed to act to accommodate this transition in higher education. So, new curricular guidelines were established in 2019 to shift the focus from content-based to competence-based education. Biofuels, wind power, photovoltaic generation have led the university to adapt to the new scenario. By designing programs and conducting research oriented to the climate change, energy transition, and meeting the goals of SDG. The Society 4.0, the context of Industry 4.0 has been extended to Society 5.0, not Industry 5.0, Society 5.0, in which the focus is the developing technological solution in human well-being, quality of life, and solving social problems. Society 5.0 is human-centric and balances economy advancement with the resolution of social problems through a system with full integration of cyberspace and physical space. The biggest challenge is not technical, but mobilization among authorities, technology developers, and citizens around the common goal of making Society 5.0 real. Some experts point out that technology is nearest singularity, which is the point at which the technological growth becomes uncontrollable and irreversible, resulting in an unpredictable change for humanity. In Education 5.0, practice will be student-centered and focused on sustainability. It should be research-oriented and technological assisted. It should be also collaborative, enjoyable, humanistic, and international, with ethical commitment among students and institutions. To conclude this presentation, we will highlight the impact of artificial intelligence in electrical engineering programs in Brazilian school about safe electrical energy. The first advance in engineering education in Brazil, due to the paradigm established by the 5.0 Society, was the evaluation of the impact of artificial intelligence on energy management, especially in electrical energy consumption habits. Artificial intelligence has been acted as an integrated discipline of several ones, such as energy storage, determination of state of charge of vehicular batteries, and electric energy consumption. 5 guidelines have been elected to guide this research. The first one, demand management. AI can be used to predict the energy demand at different times of the day or the days of the week, and then adjust power production according to this prediction. Second one, energy usage data analysis. AI can analyze energy usage data in real time and then provide recommendations and reducing energy consumption in buildings, factories, and other locations. Lighting control. AI can be used to control lighting buildings more efficiently. Number 4, power grid monitoring. AI can be used to monitor the power grid in real time and detect problems such as power outage or congestion before they occur. optimize renewable energy source. AI can be used to optimize renewable energy production, such as solar or wind power. This trend is still restricted to research, and we expect it be introduced in undergraduate course in a short term. Here are some suggestions for further reading. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor José Roberto, for your comprehensive presentation. Very good to know you are an engineer, but also a great historian. So the historical background of engineering programs back to back to different industrial and energy revolutions we faced over time was very interesting and insight. We can't reinvent or think about futures without considering our historical background. So in your talk was very clear. You revealed that engineering programs over time have been solving real world problems. And now we have a different real world problem, a global climate crisis. And in your view, Professor José Roberto suggests we need more flexible, dynamic approaches, and you highlight key areas of research and priorities that can be applied here in Brazil and worldwide in other contexts. So with no further ado, and without open the floor for questions, I'd like to address a question to Professor Victor. In your view, your talk, you highlight the importance of education. And in your view, what is missing between education and real action for systematic changes? What I would call the implementation gap between good educational programs that we have here in Brazil and in Germany as well, and how we can have concrete examples in society. Thank you.
That's a question for a PhD. What we do at KIT, or started to do, to be honest, and also not in all engineering faculties, is really these real world projects are really what we try to get people together from different perspectives. And this is not supervised is by the teachers or by the professors, that's clear. But we also have a close contact with industry, with different companies, which make also a viability check of these different ideas. And therefore, this is our try. We are at the beginning, and we are not for students, but more for PhD students at the current way. This is a way to get this implementation gap a bit closer, to be closed. It will never be completely closed, because this is still, well, a game at the end. It is just an exercise. We should be here very realistic. So therefore, to close this gap will never happen. Even if you send students, which we do with practica internships, I would like to say that they learn how in companies they are working, but still they are internships. So they are those who are cooking the coffee and so on, but they are not really included. And therefore, the ideas with the real product comes a bit better, because there is a close but they are not really, that's a disadvantage part of the companies. But on the other hand, part of the companies for 3 weeks, or for even 6 months, in reality, will not function.
Thank you, Professor. And now to Professor José Roberto, also a provocative question. You reinforced the need of having more student-centric, flexible, dynamic approaches and more interdisciplinary, and you suggest to integrate more social science and humanities in engineering programs. And based on my empirical experience at my university, I see 2 challenges, and I would like to ask for your advice how to overcome those. Firstly, Most of our engineering students, they are afraid of social science. They are usually not very good writers and they only know how to produce good figures. So first challenge, how to attract students to follow social science courses. A second challenge I would say is our faculties are very disaggregated and not very much integrated across. So how we can have from the faculty's members, including myself, how to promote more interdisciplinary and collaborative research, and that's how it can lead to towards better education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, I remember the time and I was a student, the engineer working alone. My first job, I received a table, and the owner of the company told you for the other people, he has to work alone. Don't worry then. And I worked alone. After 2 or 3 months, I finished my project, and then the project goes to the project is for to have a product after some months. But today is completely different. The engineer doesn't work alone. He is a member of a big team, and the big companies, this thing is distributed to around the world. There are a lot of people, not only engineers. It has a lot of people from social science, flower, and economics, and several people work in the same project simultaneously. This is the problem that you have in the university. The teachers, we still have the same idea of the past, but the student is working in the world completely different. This transition is the problem that you are facing today. The flexibility, you told you about flexibility. The flexibility today is the most important competence for engineering. But the teacher don't think the same. Don't think the same. The university is very rigid. In your university, the curricular structure is completely crystallized. It's so difficult to change the course from one to other. Normally, you have to make a lot of disciplines more. This kind of problem doesn't exist in developed countries. So our university is faced how to change this kind of behavior for a new age of engineering education. So, on the contrary, the contents in the university, so in engineering, is very, very difficult to change. Every teacher would tell that this discipline is the most important discipline of the course. To change it, to cut the technological discipline for introduce a humanistic discipline is so difficult. By the way, the engineering today is very, very humanistic. You have to improve the contact with the people from humanities, because without humanities and social contact, it's impossible to have students creatively innovated. It's necessary that we have a system vision to create something different. We tried to do it in Polytechnic School, to introduce some concepts of art. Professor Jacques Markovich know very well this activity, just for introduce to students this kind of thinking, not only to have study mathematics, physics, and so on. So I think this is the new engineering in a few years, and I hope you can help us to change it.
Thank you, Professor. So now I would like to open for questions from the floor, and I see a sign. I would just like to ask you to introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Andres. I come from University of São Paulo, and I have a question for Professor Vitold. And you mentioned on your lecture about being aware in the universities about sustainable problems and environmental issues, which I totally accept and I agree with. But I was interested about what suggestions you have about index or indicators which we can know that the universities are really addressing this problem, which is the students are getting indeed aware of the environmental issues. Thank you.
I give you two answers. The very first one, since 2 months, we have a vice president only for sustainability and digitalization. So therefore, on the highest level of our institution, KIT, is now a lady responsible to introduce sustainability on two perspectives. One for the organization, for clear that we got more sustainability, that we are getting more sustainable, but on the other hand, one of her aims is also to include the sustainability thinking in different faculties, or we are divided, organized along departments and then faculties at first, that to include it in the departments. That's the first part of the answer. And just to remember, and the lady who is responsible is one of the most accepted persons in Germany regarding sustainability. So KIT was very successful implementing such a position, and plus to get a really important person or known person in that. So there is trust that she will really work for that. I know it's vice president. Vice president has said many things, but the influence is partly more on the faculty level. To give you numbers and figures, we have nothing like that as long as I know, because the learning or the teaching is organized on the level of faculties. We have different initiatives in different faculties, and this is still not very organized. Different faculties are offering courses and in that respect. And then there's the third part, which is part of the second answer. We have also in the KIT offering what we call Studium Generale. No, that's the wrong word. Studium Generale, that means that you can go for example, for a course on sustainability, and there we are, at least our institute is very active and is also offering it, and there you can go as an engineer there, and for some of these you can even get credits. That means that you as a student can go there and you get credits for your master or bachelor, but it's not for every student, so it depends a bit on how the faculty reacts on that.
Thank you. So second question.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Reinaldo Rosa from INPE, National Institute for Space Research here in Brazil. Well, I would like to stress, that's a question, but also a comment based on both talks, remarkable talks from my point of view. And the list that Professor Cardoso has been shown with all the disciplines and skills that are related to the society 4.0 or 5.0 is for the ideas for undergraduate courses, okay? I would like to come up with the idea that maybe will be important to bring these ideas to the high school technical courses. And nowadays in Brazil, we have some experiences in state of São Paulo where there are popping up some courses in data science, for example, in the undergraduate level. In the same way, we have, for example, engineer in electronics and mechanics. We have the high school technical courses in both fields. And we are talking about the transition in a very important change that can be changing the world. You know, that's the sustainability sciences. So I put a very straightforward question for the audience and also to the German part especially. How is the German experience in the high school technical education concerning those disruptive technologies, especially, for example, related to sustainability sciences?
Thank you. So, Professor Victor.
Well, I can talk only about KIT, and therefore we are experience is too much to say because we discuss in our institute, which is very much in the Institute for Technology Assessment about sustainability, but what I have learned that in particular the younger professors in the engineers are accepting the idea of sustainability, and they are more and more interested in including it in their lectures. But it is a beginning of a process. So therefore, maybe in 5-6 years, I can give you better information, but it was, as I mentioned before, the establishment or the implementation of this vice president only for sustainability was a very good initiative by our president at the time, and the current president. And as I said, younger professors are very keen to, are not all, but many are interested to include it, but how to include it is, as everywhere in the universities, a very long process, because you have to change curriculum, you have to change you have to look for staff who can provide these lectures and so on and so on. And one last remark in that respect, the German government has, is it the German? Yeah, the fund of the BMBF, that is the Ministry for Education and Research, supports activities. At least it had, there are some programs and projects.
Thank you.
Now I'm finished.
I hope it was clear. So one question there at the back.
Samuel Messner, University of Münster. Thank you very much for these excellent talks. I really liked these, and particularly that you had a broader approach to education and learning and mutual learning, and you were highlighting the importance of social sciences and reading books. I got two short questions. In Germany, we have more and more funding for citizen science, and I'm asking, what potential do you see in citizen science approaches for the energy transition? So this is one question, and the other one is a little bit more, well, it's kind of related. I mean, I was just remembering that the importance of the environmental movements in the 1970s, particularly in Germany, and the importance for, at the end, also bringing us here together today, probably. And so I'm living in North Rhine-Westphalia. There's a lot of environmental movement stuff going on currently, mostly in the context of brown coal excavation. And most of my students, or many of my students, are involved. So I'm wondering, talking about education, how can we learn, or can we learn? And if so, how can we learn from environmental movements today? Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to ask Professor José Roberto if you could give us some insights and your views.
So I'm not sure if I understand completely your question, but um, I think that engineering should have some 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 decision for training professors for face the new kind of engineering problems. The student of engineering is the only one student in the world that goes to the school. School said other students go to the school very friendly. The engineering is a very difficult course, but it's not necessary to do it. We have to change it. The student have a lot of tools to get out things he needs. Today is very simple. In the past, it was very difficult. You have very few books in the library, and now the knowledge is inside it. So I think that this is the movement that you are. I am feel that will be improved the engineering education in a few years. That's the problem. By the way, the student of engineering in Brazil has a problem. They have no employment. So this problem is very difficult in our country. You have in 2017, we had 1.5 million students immatriculated in Brazil. Today, you have less than 800,000. And normally you have actually you have 130,000 students, new engineers per year in Brazil. For creating one post of engineering, you need $1 million. So for giving employment for our students, you need $130 billion. In this case, you need a GDP, the 80% a year, bigger than the GDP of China. So that's the problem. You have to change this kind of a problem, because without employment, the engineering will close in Brazil. All talent is go abroad. We'll talk about the one I make the inverse sense. But the most talented go to abroad. A lot of the students from Polytechnic school look for job in Germany and France, United States, Australia, and so on. They don't need to work here. That is the problem.
Thank you, Professor.
Engineering education should to change due to this kind of problem.
Thank you. I'm a bit concerned about time or lack of it, so I would just ask the last 3 or 4 questions, and I would like the panelists here to try to aggregate the answers, and please be cautious of time. So I have here Professor Jacques.
Well, just a solution and then a question to Professor Witold. The solution in universities, and in some way Professor Cardoso already mentioned, there is no way for engineering school to do everything that was listed. Impossible. So what the Polytechnic School did, and in some way Professor Cardoso hinted, is to allow engineering students to do electives in other schools. So in our Institute of International Relations, we have a discipline called Practice in International Relations. 1/3, even more, of the students are from the Polytechnic schools. And maybe in universities where you have many disciplines, to give flexibility to the undergraduate student is the best way for him to choose where he feels that he should build up his curricula. Regarding the question to Professor Withold, and this has to do with the concept, with the Brundtland Commission concept, which is extremely appropriate, you underline the future generation. How can we reconcile universities that hire professors for 20 or 30 years and then ask these professors to respond to these futuristic demands? How will we hire the new faculty according to different profiles when we have a backlog that many times are curators of knowledge and not necessarily building the new knowledge? Thank you.
Thank you. So, please.
Professor Markovic, I could tell you a long story on that, but I will just make two short comments. First, I teach for 2 years, a little bit more, as a visiting professor at UFABC. And they have a completely different concept. So it's very interdisciplinary. So I don't know if the solution is just building new institutions. Second point, if it's so difficult to change the processes, because I had a topic in Germany also, we had something of funding that couldn't be done, but we just could change the law that was defining this funding, getting inside the older generation, because they were at power. So I can only make the appeal, try to change the processes.
Thank you. Professor Michael.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe a different perspective. So one example in Germany and Europe, there's currently a discussion about regulating AI. And from my understanding, this actually requires a debate between experts, technical experts, engineers, and politicians and people that are working in the ministries in the end, developing the regulation or proposing the regulations. And so here my question is actually if in the education you also consider the transdisciplinary exchange between engineers and, let's say, legal and political sciences, so the social sciences.
Thank you. And we have one last question from here, Marcio.
Thank you. My name is Marcio Giannini from Electric Power Research Center. First of all, I'd like to do the congratulations for your presentation. I have a question, very short question, but it's a provocative question for Professor Withold and Professor José Roberto. Is it a good idea to introduce voluntary work as a discipline so as to understand the real problems of people? It's just it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Is it a good idea introduce voluntary work as a discipline so as to understand the real problem of people? Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'd like to ask our panelists for their final remarks and answering these 4 challenging questions, and please be cautious about time. Thank you, Professor Victor.
Hopefully I got every question. Starting with the beginning, cross-cutting is, I think it's the easiest way. And I fully agree with that, and it is also done in many universities. That's the point, is how the original, I would call it now original, the sending school is accepting the credit point, which is getting there. That in Germany we haven't such strict, at least as I know in KIT, not such a strict point in that everybody can study everything. It depends a bit on the financing of the universities, but that means not that every credit point from another faculty is accepted by the sending faculties. That's a challenge, but I think it's one of the simplest way to get it. The only disadvantage is that could it be not too systematic? the guy goes, he will not learn, or the persons will not learn really systematically sustainability. The challenges of only just it's cherry picking. And that is a bit where I'm a bit concerned about it. Too much cherry picking will not help. I think it's the same discussion. It goes in the same. The answer goes in the same direction of the other questions. That means when we would like to solve our problems in the future, we have many problems. That talking and learning from each other is the best way to get this solved. Idealistic speaking, it would be if it's a systematic one. That means also the same what you mentioned. It would be great if we have a systematic exchange between these groups and not by accident. And that is also the point which you mentioned. As long as it's by accident, it is, well, lucky if the insights can be really helpful. And therefore, here I'm a very systematic or a university person who likes more structural. And this is what I would say. I know that the empathy for other thinking is very important, but we need a bit structured way of, yeah, I think I've got everything, hopefully.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. So now final remarks from you, Professor José Roberto.
I think there's active learning has a political institution, not isolated action of some professors. Reduce the number of class per week. In Polytechnic school, you have more than 30 class per week. You have to reduce it and improve the number of projects at home, more research in the laboratories, and also the participation of the industry in the formation of the students continuously. And also, engineers is the solver, a grand challenger of the world. We have to improve a new concept that engineer is only the solver problem. No, it solves the big problem of the world. That is, I think, my opinion in this subject.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor José Roberto, Professor Victor, and please, the audience, help me to give a big applause of thank you of the great discussions we had. Thank you very much.
So thanks to the panelists and to the chair. We see that education is a point that touches us all. We didn't want to finish the session. But now we will go to the special session on possible funding from FAPESP, DFG, DAD, Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, and Embrapi. Marcio is going to conduct this session in a kind of interview dynamic, and we will have the final remarks of Marcio and Professor Euclides afterwards. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. The participants of the dialogue, so far we have had presentations and discussions on the challenges and solutions for the sustainable energy transition. In order to continue developing and applying solutions, I believe there is no doubt that we need to continue training researchers, innovators, and professionals in general, as well as promoting research, development, and innovation projects in the scientific institutions, in companies, and together. The goal of this last session of the dialogue is to present the funding programs of many organizations from Brazil and Germany that can make R&D projects viable, including in an international way, and can finance scientific capacitation and research stays abroad, both for Brazilians and Germans, Brazilians in Germany, as well as for Germans in Brazil. For this session, we have invited representatives from 5 funding organizations from Brazil and Germany. I want to invite to the stage Dr. Cristina Peters, Director of the DFG Latin America office at the VIH São Paulo, our German Center for Research and Innovation. DFG is the German Research Foundation. Alexandre Roncato, Program Manager for Collaborations of FAPESP. FAPESP is the São Paulo Research Foundation. Francine Camelin, representative of the DED office, also at the VIH São Paulo. DED is the German Academic Exchange Service. Professor Jorge Tenório, you are there, fine. Professor Jorge Tenório, full professor by the Polytechnical School of the University of São Paulo and coordinator of the Technogreen Embrapi unit of green chemistry. Embrapi is the Brazilian company of research and industrial innovation. Last but not least, Professor Andrea de Camargo, full professor at the São Carlos Institute of Physics of the University of São Paulo, and ambassador scientist of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation in Brazil. Thank you. So in order to make better use of the remaining time we have, we decided to organize this session in a very objective way, without presentations by each organization, without going into details of the programs, of their wide range of offers. Like in an interview, I will ask each participant 2 questions, and they will have the opportunity to give you an overview of the programs so you can identify if you belong to the target audience of the programs and if the funding lines can finance the next steps in your capacitation or in your research and development purposes. Think as well if the programs fit to your Master of PG students, if you are a professor, or to your colleagues in the academy, in the company, or also in the public administration. The agency representatives should try, please, to answer very briefly, avoiding details. The goal is to awake the interest of the audience for the programs you offer. After the round of planned questions, you in the audience is invited to ask for details of the programs which fit to you. So, I want to start with Cristina Peters from the FG. The German Research Foundation is the largest funding organization in Germany for basic research or curiosity-driven research. It funds excellent research projects throughout all areas. The FG is represented in Brazil since 2006 and established an office for the region of Latin America in São Paulo in 2011. In Brazil, it holds agreements for bilateral funding of projects with CNPq, FAPESP, and CAPES. Cristina, what kind of projects can be funded by the FG with the Brazilian partners?
Yeah, thank you, Marcio. So yeah, hello and good afternoon to everybody here. Basically and largely, I can respond this question very quickly saying that we co-fund projects because the DFG, as the name says, is a German funding organization. So we work always with the principle of matching funds when we work internationally. And therefore we hold several agreements with partner organizations that work likewise in research funding. And here in Brazil, we have collaborations with funding organizations on the federal level. These are CAPES and the CNPq. And we also do have agreements with funding organizations on the state level. And one of these organizations is the FAPESP. So I'm glad that Alexandre Roncato is also here to say some words on our cooperation maybe. And this is one of the most, I think, stable cooperations that we have because we have already for a very long time a mechanism where we can co-fund projects in any area. So from the humanities to the to engineering and life sciences, and we can also co-fund in a large scale of funding lines. From research grants to larger collaborative projects such as international research training groups and also research units that are midterm projects where you have several groups cooperating on a larger topic. So I hope this was brief enough and awakening some interest so that I can go more into detail in chats that we will have after the session, I hope.
Thank you, Christina. So the DFG offers many opportunities for individual funding, for example, for PhD and postdoc researchers, as also for researchers who would like to establish their own research groups in Germany. Which target groups do they have? And can you give shortly some examples of these offers?
Yeah, also trying to be very brief. Well, largely you can think of applying as a postdoc because we fund from the postdoc level onwards. You can think of trying to apply to open positions in projects that are already funded by the DFG, that are already running in Germany, such as international research training groups, for example. They always have and advertise open positions for postdocs and also for doctoral students. And then there is a second option, which is applying directly to funding programs that we have at the DFG, and these are for postdocs. So one option is the so-called Walter Benjamin program. This is for a funding line for early career researchers that are not working completely independently in their research, and one can apply for that directly to a DFG. The requisite is that you have a host in Germany, and the application can also be done from persons that come from abroad. So this is open also to international researchers. And another one is the so-called temporary position for principal investigators. It's a very long name. It's a module of the research grant funding line that the DFG has. For the Germans here, the Sachbeihilfe. There you have a module where you can also apply for your own salary. And this can also be done from researchers that come from abroad. And I think it's important to emphasize that because many people don't know that. And to cite one example, we have currently, for example, a researcher from the Fiocruz, which is a large health research institution, the largest here in Brazil. And there is a person currently working at the Bernhard Nocht Institute in Hamburg with this funding line. So this is really something which in practice might be successful.
Thank you, Christina. So as you see, there is opportunities for research projects, collaborative research projects, but also for individual stays or projects in Germany. So now we will talk with Alexandre Roncato from São Paulo Research Foundation, FAPESP. FAPESP is one of the partners of the FG, also of DAD and the VIH, and many other German academic and scientific organizations. FAPESP has the largest budget among all the state agencies in Brazil for research funding, what corresponds to the fact that São Paulo state accounts for 30% of the Brazilian GDP and 40% of the country's scientific production. FAPESP offers individual and projects funding, from basic to applied research, as well as to large R&D and innovation projects and centers co-funded by companies in collaboration with researchers from academy. FAPESP also funds both Brazilian researchers for a stay in Germany and German scientists who want or are invited to research in São Paulo. Alexandre, we don't have time to speak about all of these offers, but could you first talk very shortly about initiatives to support small companies and cooperation with large companies in R&D and innovation projects, And how can German companies and researchers from Germany participate in these programs?
Thank you, Marcio. Good afternoon to everyone. So talking now briefly about what you asked now. FAPESP has a few modalities for involving the private sector. It counts of, let's say, 10% of our budget. And mainly you have two lines. The small business one, which depends on, for foreigners to participate, depends on calls for proposals. Because, as you know, FAPESP can fund researchers from institutions in the state of São Paulo. And that applies to small business. All these companies have to be with their headquarters in the São Paulo state. So for those, we need a partnership. We started doing that, and we have a partnership with the URACA initiative, to which the BNBF participates. So we're starting to move on to have opportunities for companies abroad to join in a project with small companies in the state of São Paulo. So that's an option. For the other opportunity that we have, it's a partnership between a research institution and a company. It's the PITE program. For that one, the company can be from everywhere in the world, Brazil or outside Brazil. So it's a co-funded by FAPESP, it's a research project co-funded by FAPESP, and the larger, usually a larger company. So that's an ongoing opportunity. So at any times, a big company in Germany can find a researcher in an institution here in São Paulo that can apply for a project like that. And we have calls for proposals for a specific theme or a specific company. So a really big company in Germany can partner with FAPESP and launch a call for proposal of that kind. So that's another way of participating.
Thank you. So the second question is, could you also highlight which funding programs exist specifically for cooperation with German partners?
Okay, for that, it would depend on our partnership. So we sign MOUs with our partners. We have agencies, institutes, and universities, a few of those. And for that, we launch calls for proposals. With the FG particularly, we've been collaborating for more than 15 years now, I guess. And for that, we have an open deadline call. So at any time, researchers can apply for a joint proposal. They can submit a proposal in parallel to FAPESP and FG. We will evaluate this in parallel. So you have two modalities for the one for individual research grants and the other for the bigger grants that, like Christina mentioned. And we have other calls that go during the year or past the year. So we have opportunities with BioLab for workshops. That's a good one, good proposal. It's a joint opportunity for organizing workshops. DAD, we have a call for proposals for mobility. And the spring program in which agencies and universities participate, again, for mobility. So researchers from Germany and from São Paulo in a single project, a collaborative project. They can move back and forth for exchange, mobility and exchange of researchers and students.
Thank you, Alexandre. So next, we have Francine Kamelin from the German Academic Action Service. The DAD is the largest organization worldwide for academic exchange, considering the criteria of funded people and funding amounts. DAD celebrated last year 50 years of its regional office in Rio de Janeiro. Since 2001, the DAD has an office in São Paulo, and since 2012 has been leading the German Center for Research and Innovation, the VIH São Paulo. Our organization, the DAD, offers individual funding as well as funding programs for institutional or research cooperation. Francine, the DAD has two very similar funding programs for scientific cooperation, PROBRAL and PROPASP. The first one is in cooperation between German researchers and Brazilian ones, and ProPasp with researchers from the state of São Paulo. What are the goals of these programs?
Yeah, the main goal is to promote, né, and to finance both these programs, né, ProBrau and ProPasp. ProBrau is the more traditional one. We have an agreement with CAPES since 1994, so it's a very long way. And every year we can fund 30 projects, né, between German and Brazilian universities. And what else? With ProPasp, we have an agreement too with FAPESP, né, ProPasp. And the last call, we selected 12 projects. Next year, we will have another one. And for ProBrau, we have a current call until 28th of June. So if you are interested, you can talk more later with me, or you can access our website, our Brazilian website, dad.org.br/ProBrau for more details.
Thank you, Francine. So it is more renowned globally for its scholarship programs, and we could talk many hours about scholarships here. But can you tell us also briefly about the main offers for master and PhD students as well as for postdocs?
Yeah, it's a lot of scholarship programs. I should talk 5 minutes maybe, but I can say that we have master scholarships for Helmut Schmidt program, né, for good governance. We have development-related master courses too, more sustainable master courses. They are 39 courses, master courses for graduated students from Brazil. And what else? Doctorate programs, we have an agreement with CAPES every year too. So last call we had 45 scholarships for a full doctorate, for a sandwich model, or for a co-tutel, binationally supervised doctorate in Germany. What else? I think for university professors, we have also a short stay from up to 3 months in Germany. The same funding we have in the German way too. So if you want to collaborate with German professors or Brazilian professors, we have this funding both ways for a short-term grant. And we have also postdocs, international program called PRIME program for postdocs. It's the aim is to really establish a career in Germany. So if you're interested to work there for a longer period, it's more suitable to apply for the PRIME program. I think it's the main ones, but we can talk more about later.
Thank you, Francine. So as Francine said, so the DAD has options for individual researchers and for collaborative projects, and FAPESP as well, in both directions, to Germany and to Brazil. Okay, and the FAPESP has a larger program offer with these projects with companies and so on. So now we will talk to Professor Jorge Tenório. Welcome, Tenório, representing today Embrapi. The Brazilian Company of Research and Industrial Innovation is in charge of funding R&D and innovation projects from industry and offers a network of research institutions, public and private, to carry out the projects. The project costs are supported by the industry, Embrapi, and the accredited research unit for the research area. Tenório, could you explain very shortly how Embrapi funding works and if German companies can also apply?
Yeah. Embrapi is a private, non-profitable organization created by the government. And it receives money from the ministries in Brazil. Most of money comes from the Science and Technology Ministry, and it is dedicated to industries. So it acts like a Fraunhofer model, a German model of research, it's a kind of triangle research model in the industry and Unity and Embrapi. Embrapi so helps to develop R&D projects for the industry in the TRL valley of 3 to 6, which is the Death Valley, reducing the risks. And Embrapi has about 96 units in Brazil. Most of them are in engineering, agriculture, and so forth, in many areas. And the best advantage of Embrapi is very fast to set a project. It depends on some meetings of the industry and the Unity. And the Unity has the capacity to approve the project, and the money is already there. So we don't have to send the project to a board. The coordinator of the Unity has the power to start a project after it's set within this industry. And you asked about German industries. So German industry can do a project in Brazil, but they have to find a Brazilian industry in here, because Embrapi has the goal is to develop the Brazilian industry. So to work with a German company, one should do something like that: a Brazilian company, or a German-Brazilian company, and a German company, and a Brazilian company do an Embrapi project, and a German company do a Cornet, something like Cornet.
German companies established in Brazil, they can apply.
Yeah.
Like Volkswagen do Brazil and so on.
Yes, Volkswagen, BASF, não, BASF não. Estava aqui, excuse me, Bosch, Bosch, and so forth, Siemens.
Okay, so we wanted to talk about Cornet. So Embrapi is a member of the Cornet Collective Research Network, which was founded in Germany and has the German Federation of Industrial Research Associations as member. Could you also explain how companies in Brazil and in Germany can develop R&D projects together?
Yeah, we have 2 calls each year. So if a company, Brazilian or German company, is interested in this kind of money, in this kind of fundings, they have to search for a Unity. There are, like I said, there are 96 units, and set the project and just wait for the call. It's simple, very simple. Unity is, Embrapi is extremely simple. That is the main advantage of the Embrapi system.
Yes, I have learned that the Cornet is very flexible as well. So if you have a proposal, don't desist to come to a talk about that. So I hope you in the audience are preparing your own questions for the speakers. But before that, we have one more invited speaker, Professor Andrea de Camargo, Ambassador Scientist of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. Well, Andrea, the objective of this agency is to sponsor top-notch scientists from abroad who wish to conduct research in Germany in all fields of knowledge. And from Germany abroad as well, for example, in Brazil. And we had today 2 speakers, fellows from the Humboldt Foundations of Vânia and Ricardo Rutter, for example. So rather than focusing mostly of the project itself, the selection processes for Humboldt programs are mainly based on the candidate's background, qualities, and potential for further development. In Brazil, The Humboldt Foundation offers scholarships opportunities for postdocs and experience-based so the Humboldt Foundation offers scholarship opportunities for postdocs and experienced scientists in partnership with the federal agency CAPES. How does that work, Andrea?
Yeah, that's right, Marcio. Thank you for this opportunity. So I would like to start by saying the Humboldt Foundation offers opportunities for Brazilians to do research in Germany from the postdoc level on. And since 2013, Humboldt Foundation has a partnership with CAPES, so we necessarily have to send our candidacies to CAPES, so you cannot apply directly to Germany. So we're talking about research fellowships for a postdoc level up to 12 years after completion of the PhD, but we also have programs for mid-career scientists such as awards, and also prizes and scholarships for internationally renowned scientists. So if you're really established, there are also opportunities to come to Germany, establish a group, and get a good amount of money to do research there. And the good thing is, if you are a Humboldtian in Brazil, then you can actually host German researchers through the Fyodor Linen Fellowship. So this is the other way around. So the Germans can come to us through this opportunity of the Fyodor Linen.
Thanks. So postdocs, senior researchers are the core business of Humboldt Foundation, but the foundation also offers programs for graduates without a doctoral degree. Both, I think, can be very interesting for our public today in this dialogue. The Chancellor's Fellowships and the International Climate Protection Fellowship. Can you briefly explain whom these offers are supposed to interest and how they work?
Yeah, this is interesting because to participate in these programs, you actually don't need a PhD. You only need a bachelor degree or something equivalent to that. And there are two modalities of fellowships specifically for climate protection projects, and the other one is for promising leaders of the future. So Humboldt Foundation is very interested in fostering young people who can be mediators between Germany and Brazil in the future, the so-called potential promising leaders. So this would be people from the public sector or from the already working in the private sector that show that wants to improve their leadership qualities. And the Climate Protection Fellowship are for those who are already engaged in some sort of initiative or a project here in the country, and just a few countries participate on that. So it's a very good opportunity for Brazilians to come and do research in Germany.
Thank you, Andrea. So summarizing, EMBRAP works in this surface companies and academy, and Humboldt Foundation in the academy in individual scholarships. So that were, and what I think is very important here to point out is that you as researchers, you can invite and use these programs to invite partners from the other country to come to a research stay with you in Brazil or in Germany. So that were my questions, and I would like to hear your question now about funding programs for research stays, and so on, scholarships. Who wants to start? Caio?
So good afternoon. Thanks for explaining the basis of your programs, but I'm interested here, getting back to that topic that we discussed before, is how are you working with combined, is it possible to combine one of your programs together with other programs that are here represented? Yeah, so this, I think it's interesting questions.
Who wants to? Because the work with companies is more Embrapi and FAPESP. The other agencies don't have. But you can you answer?
Maybe I can start. I would say that at this moment, we depend on the partnerships that we have. We have with other countries, we try to do that, to find a match in programs. We haven't started that yet with German. So at the moment, we have this open deadline call for companies that want to join research. That's just a research project. And there's the Eureka, which is the first attempt so far to participate in a European program. It's not more than European now. It's a worldwide program for engaging with industry. So that's very, very interesting because it encompasses academia, small business, and big industry. So it's a start, and it's very interesting. We're learning with that.
Alexandre, as established company in Brazil, Siemens Energy could apply for PT and for Center of Engineering, not?
Yeah, we can partner with the companies through the PITE, the PT program, and a research center, engineering or applied research center.
Do you want to complement,
Yeah,
Tenorio?
I can try, maybe. In fact, I am a coordinator of one Embrapi unit, Tecnogreen, which is in São Paulo, the University of São Paulo. I do not belong to the corporate in Brasilia. So I will try to answer as a professor, which works with FAPESP, and I like to thank you very much to FAPESP because most of our equipments came from FAPESP projects. So I am used to work with FAPESP. I personally have almost 100 projects with FAPESP. It's a lot. And I have 25 projects with Embrapi. The best thing of Embrapi is the velocity. If Siemens send us to one of the units their demands, we can set this in 1 month. And because we don't have to send you aboard. But we have some problems. What kind of problems? We cannot buy equipments. And to buy equipments, there are one thing, FAPESP, Embrapi, that can put additional money to afford these equipments. But it takes 9 months. So most of times the companies don't want to wait for this time. Embrapi and FAPESP are discussing this a lot of time, and they haven't found a way yet. But I think in near future they will find a way. So this is the main difficulty to do with both. But we can split the project and send one part to FAPESP and send another part to Embrapi. This is possible. So it's possible to solve. Like we did with our projects with foreign country like Germany. I myself have a project with another company in Canada, in Germany. They do a part of the research in Canada, and we did another part in Brazil. So Embrapi is very flexible, like Cornet and so forth, and so on. So in Brazil, it's more difficult because CNPq and the other agencies have a board and they have a way to to do this, but it's possible.
Thank you, Tenorio. Do you have a second question? Maybe Markovic and Oberst?
I just would like to add to the further question. We talked about companies and universities, and then there's the third group, the non-profits. Does any of the programs qualify for that? For in Germany, the eingetragener Verein oder die GmbH, something like this.
Yes, but the EV, it's a research organization, institute. Yes, I know, because other research institutes in Germany that are not in the universities, from Hofer and Max Delbruck Center and so on, they can apply. So the researchers can apply for funding. But I don't. But you are private. Then I don't know, but I think so, or not.
Well, one would have to check this at least for DFG individually, but generally, as long as you do basic research and you are non-profit, as you said, then it's probable that you are eligible. But I would have to cross-check this for the specific institution. I don't know if this responds your question. Can I just make a comment on the question we had before?
Yes.
I think, because it's an interesting question that Kayo made. I just wanted to say that for Germany, because I think the question was answered for Brazil, but not for Germany. Well, DFG is funding basic science. So at least when it comes to international funding, we do not have any industry collaboration directly in projects. We have some projects in the engineering area where you see people that then work in industry, so you have a strong exchange. In Germany, we have a funding line with Fraunhofer also, but this is not expanded to the international realm. But I just wanted to mention that there, in this very complex German funding system, are obviously other funding options, for example, from the Ministry of Science in Germany, where you have a funding program more to applied science also. There is a regular call on bioeconomy. So I just wanted to also give some attention to this part of funding in the German system. Sorry, just one minor comment.
Christian, so far I know as well. So if you have a research group in partnership with the University of Cologne or other university, you can, through this way, invite a visiting research as well for the group. Okay. Someone more? Then Professor Markovic.
Just first of all, thank you for the opportunity to hear so many possibilities. The question has to do with metrics of success. This means when you write your reports, and this is a question to whoever wants to answer, when you write your report, which is the most important metrics of outcomes and impact? Because we are discussing process, who is eligible, who could receive the money, but which is the most important metrics of outcome and impact to consider those resources, those programs, a success program? It's a question open to whoever wants to answer.
Who wants to start?
I'm not sure if I can say so much about the metrics because I don't know the numbers so well, but we have about 500 Humboldtians in Brazil, and we actually have less candidacies than we would like to have. So the foundation is really making an effort to increase that, especially female candidacies. So there's a special effort in this direction. And what we perceive is that because, you know, when we go around and say this is a prestigious fellowship and we want high quality people, the young people feel a little shy to apply. So my job is exactly that, to go and tell people, no, come on, try, we want your candidacies. But So I cannot really talk about numbers, but since 2013, there has been this agreement from the foundation with CAPES, and that has been quite successful in the sense that the number of candidates has improved significantly through that. And the agreement is that 20% of the fellowships will actually be for Brazilians. So it's actually a very good thing for us, for young people. Yeah, so.
Yes. Maybe for the DFG. Well, it's hard to respond this question because this is also very dependent on the field of research. Well, at least for the DFG, I can say, since this is an organization representing, or an organization of the administration of science, so the science community is represented within the DFG, and all the processes are organized according to that. So you have assessment and review according to each field within committees. So for every field, always excellency is the priority when it comes to the assessment of projects. But this might then be diverse when you look at, for example, social sciences or humanities, and when you look at engineering sciences, whether there is a higher priority given to impact numbers, citations and publications. You have a very different standard, for example, when you look at history, where the monograph is important, or when you look at life sciences. But I know that there is always a dynamic discussion also when it comes to, for example, qualitative criteria in research assessment. I know that there's also a discussion, I think Alexander might also say something on that going on in the global research community, also in the Global Research Council, for example. So I hope this somehow responds your question.
It's almost the same for DAD. I just want to add that we have also a decrease in the joint research project proposals. The last call we had 27 out of 30, and the ProPAS 2, we have only 12. So our job is to motivate more proposals, more students, more doctorate candidates. Also for doctorate candidates, we have a decrease. So I don't know if it was the pandemic or other factors that impact these proposals, but still, we have a little space for that. And our scholarships, that master scholarships, for example, they are available in other countries too. So it's hard to have the numbers because proposals come from all countries from Global South. So we don't have the specific numbers. I can say that Brazilians, for example, in a master program, they won't have vacancies for 2 Brazilians, for example. They want a mixed group, so we want people from all over, and then we have this guess that each master course we receive 1 Brazilian.
Thank you. And Andrea, I want to complement.
Yeah, I just want to add something to the answer to Professor Jacques. One very important aspect of the Humboldt Foundation is the lifelong relationship that they keep with their alumni. And this is also a way to, keep people engaged. So you can also go back to Germany with return fellowships. There are some other sources of support. And Professor Hutter mentioned this, right? That this made a big difference for him. And up to this point, he still profits from this relation. So this, of course, contributes to keeping track of the success of the first stays of the researchers. There is the Humboldt alumni network that has more than 31,000 Humboldtians all over the world. So this is also a way for us to connect, and there are several scientists who collaborate and who have started their partnerships through the network. So I think it's an important aspect of that.
Thank you. There's some.
Yeah, I could add something here. That's a really good question, Professor. Then I must say that it's one of the goals of the new scientific director of FAPESP, Professor Márcio de Castro, is to assess all of our programs in a more, I would say, thorough way and pick the best results from each program and seek the best solutions and which way to proceed and which programs to enforce and change things. So this is a really important aspect of what we do. Talking about our bilateral collaborations, that's what we have so far with Germany in general. What we do is we do our own evaluation procedures, the usual ones. And then by the end, when we discuss the next steps or the next calls, we get together and evaluate what's going on and move on with the next call. But actually, there's not, a profound, let's say, more deep evaluation of assessing the proposal. So we're starting to look for that. That's important.
Thank you. Tenor, do you want to complement, to comment
I
as well?
don't know how to answer. I don't have.
No? Okay, thank you.
Excuse me.
So there is, I think, no, okay again, okay. So Kyle suggested that we invite someone to talk here about the international climate initiative of the German government. We contacted the embassy in Brasilia, but it was not possible that the responsible would come.
No, another question, and this is more in relation to scholarships. So I was wondering, because I don't have this researcher background, is for those programs that you offer, is there an advantage compared to what we have here in Brazil? Because you probably know how much a researcher gets paid for scholarship here in Brazil, etc. Is there also a financial benefit or additional benefit for the programs that you offer in this regard?
I'm not sure if I understand what you mean by financial benefit.
How much a researcher gets paid?
It's a very good fellowship, but it's not like you're going to be rich by being.
No. But it's just compared to what he gets.
Yeah.
Regular scholarship.
Okay. I can tell you that if you have up to 4 years of PhD, the Humboldt Fellowship will pay you 2,600 euros per month. And if you have up to 12 years, then that's going to be 3,100 euros. So it's enough for, and it's not only that, you also have some other benefits like language course, like German course, and this can be extensive to family members, spouses, for instance. If there is a spouse that cannot do work or has no income during the time you are in Germany, you also get extra contributions for that, for kids also. So there are some possibilities.
Yeah. Maybe people are not aware of all of this.
Maybe people are not aware. Yeah.
Okay. Someone else want to answer? No? Stina?
Well, the DFG doesn't work with scholarships, actually. So you become an employee of a university or a research institution, and then you get paid a salary according to the German public system. So you pay taxes in Germany and so on, social security. And a postdoc researcher, just to have an idea, earns more or less 80,000 euros, but this is what the employer pays. So that's not what you have then on the payroll paid out to you.
Okay.
Per year, okay, not per month.
Okay, looking. So we are over the time, and I see that everyone is tired. Me too. I think then we can close this session, and we will do the final session. So with the closing words, Euclides unfortunately could not wait. He's gone, but we will do with Alexandre. So here the last words. So thank you all very much. So it will be very shortly, I promise. So normally we do wrap up and some greetings. Now, you want to start?
Thank you. Briefly, I want to first thank you all to be here and those who come from other cities and from Germany, and also the online audience for participating in these very interesting days of activities. This is part of a long time partnership between FAPESP and German institutions, especially the FG and the not the WIAG, the VH. And I will continue doing this. This is a very important activity that we do each year. So we're moving, looking forward for the next meetings. And also thank for the events colleagues from FAPESP and from the VH who put up a really good organization for those days, the good food, really interesting. Thanks for that.
It's part of the job.
It's part of the job, yeah. So, and I hope this opened up your ideas and minds for new activities, for partnerships. FAPESP is open for your suggestions to partnerships and applying for research grants. And I'd just like quick add that FAPESP, as you mentioned briefly, we have a lot of ongoing traditional funding opportunities, and most of those have some ways of fostering collaboration, or either overhead or either extra money for scholarships in all modalities to go abroad, so they can, undergrads to postdocs can go to Germany for spend a few months. So we have a lot of opportunities for partnerships. And we're open for your advice, your suggestions, and we are open to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandre. So we didn't have the opportunity to present the VHAF to you because we are not an agency, but we are a part of the DAD. So and then we don't have funding programs, but we have a subvention money for events like dialogue or for workshops. So if you are a researcher in a research institution or university in Brazil, and you have partners in one of our 27 supporters of the VIH in Germany, so through this colleague, this partner in Germany, you can apply for a subvention for a workshop, a symposium, and a summer school, and so on. From the colleagues from Germany this time here, only Professor Green is from the Friedrich Alexander University Erlangen-Nuremberg, is one of our associated supporters. And Samuel Melsner from the University of Münster is other from our full supporters. So they are able to apply for support, for subvention for events. The other colleagues need to have partnership maybe with other colleagues. And what I wanted to tell you, so is that this dialogue, these 2 days of dialogues, it's a result of many months of hard work in the scientific committee. I want to thank very much Professor Markovic, Professor Serri for their work by the concepting of concepting the dialogue, and Professor Ariel Pratinko as well from Aachen. So it was very nice to work with you all these months. And I have heard that you want to have a meeting after, so we want to talk about after the dialogue, if you have what we do now with what we discussed here. I want to inform you that we had more than 500 registrations for the dialogue, most of them not from São Paulo, so we know that many will not come, and but we are very satisfied with the audience here. In the audience, if all of registered people would come, we will not have place for all of them, but we were in the average of the other dialogues before pandemic. And I want also to inform that all the dialogue was registered in videos, and these videos will stay in our website from the VIH. I don't know if you will stay for PESP as well, so we can promote the dialogue after the dialogue, so the people can watch the videos and have access to the content. And what I would say as well is that if you want to stay linked to the VH, follow us, so you can sign up our newsletter through our website and follow us on LinkedIn and Twitter. On LinkedIn, we post in English, so the colleagues from Germany can follow us as well if they cannot Portuguese. And so I want to thank as well all the teams from FAPESP, Euclides, Alexandre, Vera, and Marcelo, and all the team of FAPESP, and also our team of the VIH, Daniela, Irani. The others are not here in the moment, I think, but they had a hard work. Tiago, Pamela, Anna, Angelica, Rafael, and Felipe. I didn't forget them. Okay, so all they did a hard work in these days, in the days before. So thank you very much. And now we will stay for the next dialogue, but Daniela has something to say as well. One moment. So Daniela is remember me here that one of our KPIs in our year report is if from our activities that from there we have started new cooperations between researchers and so on. So if you had good conversations here and you start cooperation agreements and so on, so we would like if you communicate us about that, okay? And she wants to remember as well that we expect that you answer our survey, our evaluation survey, so because it's very important for us, really. Okay, so thank you very much for coming and for staying here until this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.